I should start getting everything set up. Start by putting a shirt on, I guess. Any more? What did I miss? I really need to set up my office one of these days. Oh.
Alright.
Because I'm fine with just being on the couch. Fantasy Grounds open yet?
Mhm.
Alright, then I obviously have your GM name wrong. And why is it not letting me click anymore? I give up. What happened? I broke something. There we go.
My shit stay broke. Oh my god.
That's bright.
I think I actually fixed it. Not the way I wanted to, but it's fixed. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do that.
sometimes it's how it be.
Oh,
I mean, I don't
no.
have product in my hair either, so you're
Me
good.
neither.
Same.
Yeah. I mean, hair dye happened a long fucking time ago. I don't know. I mean, if we're including hair product like the leave-in conditioner I put in 2 days ago, then sure.
I didn't level up.
Ooh.
Where is my sheet?
Am I in the right game? Nobody else is in here. Fuck.
I mean, I'm in here, but I'm not in here. See?
Right. You realize.
You don't need to be attacked. And that's why my dog gets pepperoni while I take my medicine, because she knows what time I take my medicine. And even if I forget, she fucking doesn't. Bitch, where's my Roni? Kind of like when 5 p.m. rolls around, she's like, it is my supper time, bitch. Both, now. It's more like she paces over to us and then paces back to her bowl and does that repeatedly, looking at us like, it's still empty.
You haven't reset the cards yet. The card that we had last session, I fucking have in my deck.
Oh, question. Do we technically get advancement from last session or nah?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, look at me. What advancement are we on now? I don't even fucking know. Is this 9? Is this 8? Is this 10? Where are we? Who sent you?
Yes.
Okay.
Ba ba ba.
No.
That goes up to a 12.
Oh, sweet. I got 2 advancements? Yeah. It says it on the thing, though. Nah, it's working as intended. Fucker. I need the stuff and the thing. But I need more stuff.
How do I apply the dark bargain card in here that I played last time?
It's like you add your hindrance, then you add
The Destiny's Child Edge? Is that how you do it?
I think that's what Cliff does for every one of the characters.
Alright, so we add Destiny's Child, and then we add bad luck. Let me find that hindrance. No, apparently my modules haven't finished loading yet.
All right. I'm gonna need to possibly get your approval on this, Cliff. I know you're not going to. Okay, so with this advancement, I have Brawler, Bruiser, Martial, what is it? Martial Artist and Martial Warrior. That takes my damage with my shaped weapons over a D12. So is that just D12 plus? Okay. Alright, that's what I did.
What advancement are we supposed to be on?
I think we're on our last veteran. Next. Wait, no. I had my sheet open right now.
Are we on 10 or 11? Because I tried to manually adjust mine before Cliff added them, and now I'm confused.
Yeah, we're on 10. That's what it says on my sheet.
Okay.
I don't pay attention to the advances on the main page. I just throw in the edges.
Are you sure we're on 10? For sure you didn't forget 2 times in a row? Because I feel like we started on 8 and we've had 3 games. Or did we start on 7?
That's what I was wondering.
Shut up. Yeah, what I was saying was, well, you see, I have all of my advancements numbered, and that's why I think we might be on 11.
Yeah, I think we're on 11 because we started. We started on 8, and we've had 3 games.
Yep, and I need one too. Yep.
Okay. I was about to say, like,
You're just done advancing.
you don't get to do shit.
Haters.
Youngest one here.
Facts.
Like, oh. Strange. The Abra only live to 21.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to get an advancement here soon, Cliff?
What edge you taking?
Taking this, yeah, this sore back advancement.
You're standing up still like you're sitting down in the chair.
That's good.
Tempted to take good luck just to get my 3rd Benny back. Yeah, they counter. I mean, you can take them both. They counter. You end up with 3.
I thought the card specifically says you can't take luck or great luck or any of that.
Oh.
So you're permanently stuck at 2 pennies.
Oh, okay. I forgot how it works. Okay. There is a way. There is a way. I just can't do it. Oh, I can't do it. There is a way, because technically, if you already have luck when the dark bargain forces bad luck on you, but also that's I think that's a problem with the current version of Dark Bargain, because the old version of Dark Bargain would allow it. Oh no, I'm fine with it as is. Just saying, the old version of Dark Bargain denied you a Benny. It didn't give you bad luck. It didn't shortcut it by giving you the hindrance so they could save word space. It just said, you're down a Benny. But when they redid the cards for Suede, they redid the wording because it took less words to just say you gained the bad luck hindrance. Yeah. Yes, I get that. That's why I was saying the old version of Dark Bargain allowed it, because the old version of Dark Bargain didn't give you the bad luck edge. It just put you down a Benny.
No, I just did it when we were in person, so clearly not my fucking turn.
Sandwich looks so good.
Is that how it goes? Is that how it goes? If you did it last session, you don't get to do it again.
Listen, I'm hungry as fuck. Just let me eat, bro.
I remember doing it for like 2-3 months. No breaks.
But you're so good at it, Sam.
Yeah, we started off looking across, seeing the place that we worked at last time was completely empty, spotless. We got shown to our new side. We're like, all right, this is the one you're gonna be working on this time. Not moving stuff out of it. We're just gonna be organizing stuff. Then grab Tao and be like, all right, let's go work on your job. Then Tao was like, can I get someone that's more hands-on? Like, I know what I'm doing, but I'm not good with the manual labor. Our boss is like, okay, yeah. Any volunteers? Looks at Crow. Crow's daydreaming or not paying attention or something. So Geo and K go to grab the thing, the tools. Geo's a little bit faster, so he grabs it. He goes with Tal. They start heading up. Geo a little bit struggling with the tools, but carries it the entire way, no problem. They get up there. A little bit of issues taking. I don't know what this thing that they're working on is called.
Transformer?
Yeah, transformer. A little bit of issues taking it apart. Something that Tal is twisting snaps off. That and an issue of grabbing something right before the power actually goes down might have resulted in a shock if they were messing around with it too soon. But after some instruction and mind linking clearer ideas to Geo, They manage to put everything in the right order, get the busted piece off, put the new piece in, and flip the switch. It hums the life. They look off in the distance. They see areas of the city that weren't lit up before start lighting up, and they head down. And on the other side of the power plant warehouse place, Kay and Crow are doing their job organizing this warehouse. When they get some time alone, Kay heads off, says that she's going to use the restroom, find a restroom, but she's really going to go scout out the area. She goes to the old warehouse that we were looking before. Place is pretty spotless, but she gets kind of fatigued while she's in there. So she goes back to where they're working at, informs Crow, and they just continue working until Tal and Geo show up. Tal gets paid, hands the money over to Geo since Geo did all of the manual stuff, and is mainly the one that risked his life up there. Geo's kind of relaxing, and boss guy, what's his name, JD? Yeah, he comes, tells him to get up and help him out, and they kind of have an argument about hazard pay and all that. JD just walks off, and Geo's like, yeah, that's what I thought, I'll take my break. Then immediately gets up and starts helping. Freddy, yeah. Fat Freddy. Fat Freddy that rubs his belly. So, we get to working for a little bit. Kay mentions in a mind link, I think, about the other warehouse and the fatigue and all that. Then, when we get set out on lunch, Crow and Tao go check this place out. Crow does feel the fatigue as he's in there. Tao is hanging around the entrance, so he doesn't get affected by any kind of spells that are in here. On the way out, Crow notices some little carving of a rune in the wall, so he memorizes it and heads to lunch with the rest of the group. He's sitting outside on the floor, draws it as best he can. Is kind of there, but the fatigue is making him not do it the best he can. So Geo comes, gets rid of his fatigue with this weird ripple and space time around Crow, and Crow's fatigue is gone. Goes, draws out the rune to just almost identically to how he's seen it. Everyone's looking at it. It's the first time everyone's kind of seen this. So after lunch, group goes back to finish working. Tao just wanders. I don't remember if he did anything else after that. But we've finished most of the second warehouse. And as we're leaving and we're getting our pay, we're talking about where we're gonna sleep tonight, what's gonna happen if we're gonna go back to First Light or stay in New Eden, or if I got those mixed up. And Crow keeps saying, why do we need to pay for a place? We could go camp. And Tal and Kay are like, yeah, that's what we've been doing. We don't have a problem with it. Geo keeps saying, like, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I got a tent. It's no issue. So everyone's like, all right, let's go go camping then. So we get this place, a little wooded area with a opening for the night sky, flowers and hedges around, so we're kind of enclosed in. Crow just rolls out a bedroll and sits on top of it. Tal and Kay are just I think they just roll their bags down and just lay back or sit back to back. And then Geo is setting up his fucking double-decker tent with a foyer and all that. He has a I think it was like a 3-person tent.
8-person.
Okay, yeah, 8-person tent.
With a foyer.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So he's setting that up. No one really says anything too important. There was talk of going out, fixing a transformer off in the distance, a few days travel. Crow volunteered for security on that. Geo also did. Kay
I think we just skipped something, right?
Mhm.
Did we skip the
The
bear?
bear.
Yeah, but that was before. I'm catching
It
up.
was?
It was as soon
Oh.
as they finished work. You guys finished working on the transformers when that was brought up.
Oh, this is before the camp. Okay, so we're going back before the camping.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot it, and it's kind of important.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, Crow and Geo both volunteer as security for that. Kay talks to Tao, saying if we should have someone stick back to continue to gather information, and Tao's like, no, where I go, you go. So looks like we're all gonna try to get in on this job. Then back at camp, everyone gets to sleep. I think Geo is staying in the foyer so he can have line of sight and talk to everyone. He wakes up in the middle of the night and notices a bear wandering the perimeter of our campsite, and he's kind of frozen, reaching for his weapons. And then he notices Crow just sitting there staring this bear down, and after a few minutes the bear walks off and Crow just tells him to go back to sleep. Everything's fine. I think it takes him a little while, about an hour, to get back to sleep. But yeah, the rest of the group wakes up. Alright, the round robin, my side's over, someone else take it.
I think he covered most of it.
I don't remember the last part.
So then we started heading back to town. Oh, no, one more important part with the bear. At one point, Geo describes the bear to the rest of the group and is muddling through it by saying that it looks like the size of like a large SUV or a small helicopter cab, and Tal doesn't seem to like something be described as a helicopter. Geo jumps to helicopter because of past events that he's gone through. And then that becomes relevant later on because as we're walking to town, he and Crow are dropped back behind a bit as Kay and Tal are walking, because Crow was saying something a little quiet to Geo, and Geo mentioned back that yeah, I kind of saw Tal and a bunch of other people running from a helicopter as it fell from the sky back when I was just walking on the sidewalk in Vegas. And then Crow was like, they questioned us, did we ever question them? And that's kind of where we closed it.
One important thing that made me want to cry. We went to the little bakery place and Kay got coffee and Geo got hot cocoa, which Tal realized was his hero juice from Mr. Felix.
Oh. Yeah, and Geo spiked his hot cocoa with peppermint extract because he's got a giant thing full of spices now. Or not giant, but yeah, you know, spices and extracts. Oh yeah, and JD took credit. Was it JD that took credit for Geo's guard idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, because JD didn't want us to come along at first, and Geo's like, well, we'd be cheaper than paying guards from the city. And JD's like, no, we need you workers here. I'm like, need us here? You didn't even want to hire all of us. You didn't. You had 2 spots and 3 of us joined. He's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'm glad I thought of it. And then he goes off to tell the boss. Oh, that was Freddy again. We're just gonna all of your power plant NPCs are just gonna become JD.
That's the company name. It's just JD something. We just keep calling everyone JD.
Oh, and one other thing, yeah, I played. We passed Dark Bargain around a bit, and Geo ended up playing it. So you might want to fix the screen there, Cliff, because it looks like we're on default starting positions, and I think I should be 2-2. Oh, I wasn't talking about fantasy. I was talking about the stream page. How it was at 3-1. I haven't even looked at my cards. Yeah, I've got the extra card in Fantasy Ground. Holy shit! I don't think I've ever seen that card before. Right. I mean, that was kind of the end of the conversation, I think, unless we actually want to confront him right now, which Geo doesn't have that type of social wherewithal. It's like, sure, an asshole he'll confront, but people who he's kind of friendly with, it was kind of a, did we question, Crow's like, did we ever question them? And Geo's like, no.
Do you want to? Should we?
I don't know. His hand was glowing.
I can question him if you have any.
Okay, I'll
questions you want
stand.
me to
I'll stand
ask.
behind you. Like,
Do you have any questions you have of them?
no, I'm good. For those who would like to see inside Geo's head, he just spent like 2 minutes trying to think of any question other than like the type of stereotypical question you'd ask someone on a first date, and not like an actual first date, but like a high school first date where you're like, "What's your favorite color?" and what's your favorite food and shit. Yeah, but I think you fail to realize Cal is fucking scary.
So, what's your favorite color? Comment.
I mean, Geo would like to one day question them, but he's okay with like gathering information first.
Could ask Kay.
That's a good point. That's actually, that's what he'll like. Next time Kay mind links to me without Tal, which she mind links to me a lot. He's like, oh, yeah, for the crowd. That's another thing that happened. Kay has been. Everyone has been mind linking with Geo more because he jump scares so easy. But yeah. So he turns to Crow. He's like, next time Kay mind links to me without Tal, I'll ask her if she knows anything about it.
Okay.
Shut up, Cliff. Ruined everything.
Situational context. Mostly, usually she mind links me without Tal if Tal's not physically there. She seems to mind link the people who are physically there most of the time. Other than that one time she didn't, the couple times she didn't mind link Crow, but that was like before they started mind linking Crow. She.
Oh, shit.
Oh no, Geo ain't that. No, we'll just wait till it happens.
Crow will, like, jog and catch up to the other two. Like, hey, you guys asked us a few questions. Do you mind if we ask you some?
Geo's eyes widen.
Kay just turns around and starts walking backwards, like, yeah, sure. Doesn't expect it to be a long conversation.
You can walk and talk. So you guys seem to be wary about who you open up to or even converse with. Is there a specific reason otherwise, or other than the world being a shitty place?
Kay looks very uncomfortable. She looks kind of like down and away, and then kind of back, and she just goes, well, there was a point in time that I was kidnapped and my life essence was being sucked out of me.
That'll do it.
Yeah, hard to feel trusting towards people when you've been treated like a battery.
Crow's definitely not smiling right now during this conversation.
Yeah, I figured not. The moment she's like, well, I was kidnapped, I imagined him like,
Yeah.
oh!
Yeah, Crow. Yeah, Geo did not expect this to go to human trafficking.
So...
Yeah, I get it.
yeah. And I trust him, because he's the one who saved me, so...
A little bit of a smirk. Knew you were a good guy. Another question, though, that actually leads up into my second question. Why trust me? Someone away from the crowd. I tell you to go somewhere and you follow.
Well, at this point, I've spent a lot of time under Tal's wings, and I can take care of myself pretty well. And he can certainly still do a lot more damage than I can. It's more of that you didn't seem that intimidating.
the outcome of this city, or are you just trying to put a stop to the drugs because they seem dangerous?
Well, I do care. I would love for the world to be great for everyone, to everyone, and people not to treat each other like shit. But, that wasn't the way of the old world, and that's definitely not the way of the new world either. Pretty much this is get paid and damage control if we can. But if things get out of hand, I'm not gonna get wrapped up in it. I'd rather just take off and not take the chance.
No final destination, just wandering.
I guess the final destination is more of survive.
Yeah, that's.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay.
You guys don't have anyone after you, right?
No, I don't think so.
That's all I have for now, and have to take your word for it because I don't have the glowy hand stuff like Tal did.
Well, I mean, I don't really have a reason to lie to you. At this point, I trust you guys.
All right. You're not here, Cliff.
That's that one random guy that keeps walking up. That's all the questions I have for now.
All right, let's get to the power plant, I guess.
Back to work.
To work. What?
Croaks waves. Not late, are we?
You said that we have to go pretty far out today, correct? Well,
Well,
I would think it best that my bodyguards stay close by. He like gestures over to them.
yeah, I'm not gonna find work on this short of notice, so I mean, even if you don't got labor for me, I might as well stick around for the planning phase, so know what we're doing tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather know my instructions in advance when we're going out beyond the city into how dangerous these lands are. Who knows? Maybe you get eaten by something, and then how am I gonna know what to do? I mean, I'll do my best to stop that bit, though. That's what I'm gonna be paid for. But there's big bears out there.
Gonna follow.
You'll follow as well.
Mm-hmm.
At least bring Geo up to full wage.
Never heard of. Smarts roll. Looks good. How long would they have to be out of their homes? Is this a permanent move? This area is outside of First Light in New Eden. What sort of people live there? And if we're able to put this pylon up, who would be able to benefit from this? All right. Well, have you not sent someone to talk to these people already? Very well. But we pack up everything and everyone as if we're going to do some work, and we stop and we talk to them first. And then we can see if we can come to some sort of arrangement. We'll need to have at least one person from here that can speak for the city in terms of offering perhaps some sort of compensation. Well, how about you speak to the mayor, as I am clearly not from here. See if the mayor would like to provide us with a liaison to travel with us. And then we will speak to the people once we get there. And nothing moves forward unless I say so. And he's like looking at the mercs as he says this. My link with K is spoken like a true colonizer.
I'm sorry. I've been kind of lost, zoned out. Huh?
Just humans pretending like the greater good involves, stepping on little people, the usual.
Yeah. Kay's just sitting there. Her arms are kind of crossed and one hand's kind of like up, like it's protecting her neck. She's looking down in a way. She's not really paying attention.
He looks back at JD and says, all right, well, I would suggest speaking with the mayor to see what they want to do, and then we can head out whenever that's done. Well, with them suddenly having power, I feel that they will make time. Okay. Well, whoever has enough authority to make decisions. I don't know your politics. Tal looks back at the group. Are we doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He turns back and gives kind of like a half smile at JD. It's like, well, I guess like I said, we're ready to go when you are then.
Be on it. Whoa, wrong character.
Ooh.
She just kind of lifts her hand and nods. She still seems out of it.
No, ammo is, I mean, before this all happened, I never learned. But I did know some martial arts, and after, well, I didn't feel like trying to get ammo for a gun when I already had my staff and my pokey bits. Well, hopefully one of you guys can handle that while I handle any that run up on us.
It's gotta use evasive maneuvers.
Bob and weave, bob and weave.
Bah.
No, they didn't have a lot of guns back home. Staffs, yeah. That's for the ones that can actually use the essence. I can't. Mhm.
That was-
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm good with practicing.
Ooh. He goes ahead and walks over.
Oh yes.
Not as big as I wanted it, but so good.
Do you have any smaller ones? This one takes up both of my hands. Fuck. Sure thing.
Kay's gonna sigh and unstrap her block from her head and be like, I do have a smaller one if you want to use that. Glock. Before he fires at Kay, we'll tell him how the gun works, where to expect hit kickback, and how to like properly arm it.
Like before, like when Kay
Got you.
first handed it to it, he like held it out, held it sideways and shit.
She's not a very good teacher.
Alright.
Hey.
Oh,
we go.
hey.
It's sideways. That's why you
It's a
couldn't
kill
do it
shot.
before. You can't do that with a assault rifle.
Please don't do that with the Glock either. You can jam it. I'm
I feel
sure
like
he just.
swapped. Yeah, swapped.
Geo. Okay.
All right, Gio will take it, kind of look, give it like a look, and he's like, "Okay, this thing's on, right?" Like, I'm down to scrap.
Yep, that's I volunteered. I don't want anything to happen to my friend.
Whatever it takes. Is there anything that I could roll looking at these people to be like, could they handle this? Because my brain's like, D&D says insight, but this isn't D&D, this is Savage Worlds. Huh. Don't have those. Wham.
Yeah, those words you said specifically, treat these like your commanding officers. Crow needs to know what his commanding officer is to know if he would perceive them as that. Okay, cool. Cool.
Hey, Cliff. I was just informed that everyone is able to hear everyone on the stream but you.
It's good.
Oh, interesting.
And then I unmuted and checked it, and yeah. Right?
Yeah, I just unmuted. I can't hear Cliff either on the Twitch screen.
Mm-hmm.
Probably something in your OBS. You're like not picking up your own mic.
So let me do. Oh, I think I see what the problem might be. All right. See,
Wait, I heard you.
Is this better now?
I heard you that time.
Okay. So whomever let John know that they couldn't hear me, thanks. So yeah. So as I was saying, it's gonna need a full rebuild, and for the sake of any opposition that we may face there, getting there right around nightfall or after the sun sets is going to give us a tactical advantage as far as getting in close. Versus if we were to leave right now, we would get there and it would still be midday and they would see us coming from, dozens of yards away. So, yeah. So let's head back in. We'll reconvene with Tal, and we'll get this plan underway. And he kind of just has like this pep in his step now as he starts walking for the door. Pan over to where Tal is. So after they leave, does Tal do anything?
Eat some sandwiches.
Okay. Is that it?
Grabs a few extras.
Okay.
Are they his pockets?
Return of the pocket bacon.
I wish they had bacon.
Pocket BLT. There's still bacon in there.
Then
Now I'm just imagining Tal opening up every sandwich, taking the bacon out, and putting it in his pockets.
Throw the rest of the sandwich out.
You guys head back in, and as you pass the break room, you see Tal sitting there just chewing on a sandwich with a bottle of water in front of him. Tal, when you get done with that, if we head back into the engineering room, we're going to do a final checklist to make sure we have everything that you're going to need to get this going. Your friends here, there's some regular John Waynes over here. They did good.
Congratulations on making the rank of John Wayne.
Well, I mean, I don't think they're quite dukes yet. Anyway, just meet me in the engineering room.
I'm assuming that Kay has like a backpack or something for carrying shit around.
Yeah, I'm assuming she has all of her stuff on her because she didn't leave anything back at any camp or anything. And then I know in my inventory that, yeah, she's got a backpack.
Alright. He doesn't say anything. He just, like, as they're walking, like, unzips part of her bag and just puts extra sandwiches in there and zips it back up.
I sure hope those are wrapped. I
It's
have
fine.
clean clothes in there, Tal.
It's fine.
Fine, it's just like tuna salad, nothing big. Egg salad sandwich. So yeah, you know. So as you get back into the room, JD's writing on the whiteboard, and he's just writing like some of the tool names and some of the parts. He's like, all right, Tal, take a look at this list here. This is just me kind of spitballing ideas of what we might need here. We really don't know exactly what we're going into, but we're pretty certain that it's going to need a full rebuild. So is there anything not listed on here that you're going to want to bring to make sure that we can get this up and running?
What am I rolling?
Are you going to try to like bullshit them, or are you going to just be like, no, it looks good, or...
A little of column A, a little of column B?
Sure. I mean, you could do persuasion, performance. I mean, how, depending on what you're trying to do here. You could roll common knowledge. You could roll electronics, repair.
I guess kind of using some of the memory on what both he and Gio have used so far.
Does he know the names of any of the shit that he used?
I don't know.
I mean, you don't really have a lot of great options. I'd say just go with common knowledge maybe, or like I said, persuasion or performance, depending on how you're trying to sell them.
Let's go common knowledge. Try one more. Motherfucker.
Bitch.
He's like, should be everything.
All right. We're gonna have to do a complete rebuild, like I said. So I figured these are the tools you're probably gonna need. And then I'm gonna bring a welding torch, just in case we have to do any sort of metal work there. And for the most part, I'll be up there with you. You get to be my boss for a day. Tell me what to do, and I'll do that. And you just got to make sure that we get this rebuild up and running.
Geo's kind of looking over their shoulders at all the stuff laying around, just kind of making sure that everything is there that he saw yesterday. He doesn't know what any of the shit's called, but a complete rebuild implies rebuilding, and like he's just making sure he sees this softball-sized friggin'.
Well, they don't. He's just got a list written on the whiteboard. He doesn't have any of the shit in the room right now.
All right. Is there a mask on that list?
Like a welding mask, or
yeah.
He would like as you're like looking over the shoulder, you watch him right at the end welding torch. He didn't say anything about the mask.
That's the Geo's gonna bring that up. Like, if you're bringing a welding torch, make sure to remember the welding mask.
He's like, yes, that's good. Good to remember. Writes that down underneath it. He's like, and bring a pair of goggles. Captain, anything that your men are gonna need, or do you guys already have everything? And he just kind of looks down. He's like, no, we're good.
At least one of you's got binoculars, right? Because I don't.
He just looks at you and nods.
Okay.
And we'll make sure that we bring some extra gear for the three of you as well. Alright, well, it's going to take us probably about 2 hours to get the weapons and the vests ready for you guys. How long do you think it's going to take to get all of this round up? And JD's like, yeah, 20, 30 minutes, we'll probably have everything ready. If we leave in 2 hours, it's still going to be early afternoon by the time we get there. So I think best bet's going to be let's reconvene about midday. If we leave here around midday, then we should get there around the time sun sets. Okay. And I'll see you guys here later on. You're free to hang out here if you don't have anything else to do, or just make sure you're back here, like I said, around the time the sun's directly above us here.
Hanging around sounds like a good idea.
All right. Well, I'm going to start gathering some of this together, and Tal, if you think of anything along the way that we might need to bring that I forgot, feel free to let me know, and I'll make sure I grab that too.
Okay.
All right, cool. So he kind of rubs his hands together, little smile on his face, and he turns around and then he walks out, and the two protectors walk out after him.
I don't feel comfortable fighting the way they want me to fight.
I feel like they're almost trying to.
They want us to fight.
I almost feel like they're trying to start a fight. I mean, they talked about trying to talk to the people first about moving, but then they say let's approach them once it's already dark so we can get close before they notice us.
feel like that's so we don't get shot from afar, Gio.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get it. So it's so that we have the advantage if it comes to a fight, but it's like they're assuming we're gonna have to fight, even though they kind of gave talking a bit of a, they paid lip service to some diplomacy, but they're almost like they're like it's gonna be a fight no matter what. Which I mean, I guess I'm just the peon here. I don't know what.
I don't really plan on letting them have their way of a fight. If these people attack us, I'm gonna defend us.
Yeah, same.
If these protectors are gonna try to pick a fight before I have a chance to talk to these people, they're not gonna have much of a fight left to pick. Because that's not gonna fly. I'm only playing the part of somebody who's gonna roll over, nod, and do as they say at the moment. I don't intend on doing what they have to say.
I like it. So, you is pointing at K with like both fingers. Are the commanding officer.
She does do the speak in the head thing. Makes it easy to command us. And she's smarter than us.
I don't think I'm that smart. I mean, I'm good with people for sure, but
Well, when I say smarter, I'm talking in context, and in this case, people smarts is what we're going for.
okay, yeah. I know my way around a conversation. But when it comes to fighting, it's this guy. She just kind of thumbs at Tal.
Oh no, it's all you.
Crow's like
Sure.
looking back and
The
forth.
guy who's so the person who's gonna be fixing the stuff while we're in the fight, from what they were saying, as one possibility.
I mean, sure. But again, I don't really think it's going to end up the way they keep talking like it's going to end up. If these people know that there's a place with power, a safe place that they can get to, and we offer for them to come back with us and try to get them acclimated to the society here, it's probably not going to be that hard to get them out of there.
Yeah.
Be it if they're aberrant or human, because if they're aberrant, we tell them about First Light. And if they're human, we tell them about New Eden. Either way, there's power and there's your people.
We could start our own block. They gotta give us a house if we have a whole community.
Or they can try to take it from us. They have no eminent domain here.
Fair.
Laws of the world we lived in aren't exactly here anymore, and they can try to enforce it all they want, but what are they gonna do?
Shoot us?
Well, I guess they'll shoot us, but
Okay. I mean, not okay to shoot us. Okay to,
what are you gonna do? Shoot me?
Roll up a new character. If anything does happen, Geo, get behind me and I can get us close to them.
And I'll give you guys cover fire.
I like it.
Hey.
So who am I taking orders from, though? Looking between K and Tal.
I don't quite see why you need to take orders from someone. Are you not confident in your own abilities?
I get distracted easily in combat in the heat of battle.
Okay. Sure, I guess I can give you some form of direction if necessary.
Looking over to Crow, does the words battle trance mean anything to you?
That's that aberrant thing, right?
Yeah.
That's all I really know.
Okay. And he just like, just kind of like his attention just wanders away from the conversation already.
Okay. So
Boy, Tal and Kay are both spacing out right now, thinking about too many things.
so yeah, Crow's just like looking back and forth between the two, and he like looks over at Geo. So lunch?
Yeah, I was thinking about sneaking in and grabbing some of those sandwiches.
Yeah. let's do
I
that.
saw the room they pointed to. That's the main
Crow-
reason I said sticking around would be good.
Crow starts walking over there.
Wherever Tal is, Kay is going to be very close to him at this point.
Tal's gonna go see if he can find any of the usual employees that hang out.
Geo does throw a couple worried glances at the space cadets. Particularly the one that's been spacey since a mention of certain creatures. But also he's hungry.
You muted, Cliff?
Yes. I said what? Not Geo.
No one is surprised that Geo is hungry. I swear, he eats like a fucking 17-year-old boy.
Because he is.
How old's Geo?
I think
It's your character. What do you mean you think?
we covered this at one point. I said it.
In game?
26. No, we covered it out of game. But I just
while eating a sandwich, hey Gio, how old are you?
26.
Okay. All right, there.
Now it's canon.
Right.
Tal, between you going to like the cafeteria area and whatnot, you haven't seen anybody else here since basically Freddy sent everybody home. Go ahead and give me a perception or a notice roll. Damn it! It's been how long since we played 5e and I still want perception rolls? Only other person that you see there besides JD is Freddy.
Fuck Freddy.
No, Fat Freddy, not Fuck Freddy. Fuck Freddy's a different character. Y'all gonna meet him later.
Fat Freddy's rubbing his belly. What's Fuck Freddy rubbing?
You gonna have to wait and find out, my friend. Who are you? I'm Freddy. Oh. That Freddy.
Just pre-lathering the soap before he throws it down.
There's no soap.
Is he big and or an ogre?
No. Although
Finally.
tensions are right for that.
Hey, was Freddy in on that meeting talking about the plans and all that?
No. No, when you see Freddy, he's like, if you're actually wandering around trying to find him, he's in the little trailer that you guys always find him in, and he's at his desk working.
Yeah, Tal's gonna go and find him.
Sure, yep. You find him quite easily. Hard to miss. Big guy.
Tal just walks up to him. So what do you do here?
He's like, I'm the foreman. I just make sure everything gets done. It's kind of my job to make sure that everything that needs to be done in any given day is done by the time everybody clocks out.
So that means you had to rise in the ranks to get to a four-man position?
Yes and no. Me and JD, we go back from before the world took a shit. And he saved my life more than once. When we found this place, and they needed someone that had some sort of expertise around it. He is the one that raised through the ranks, and he kind of brought me with him. I have a good sense of being able to pick up on whatever I need to.
Perfect. Sounds great. Come with me. And he just turns and starts walking out.
He's like, what?
My favorite part is the K's right there, not part of the conversation, but like following directly behind Tal very silently.
You'd see him look back all confused and like after a second put his pen down and stand up and walk out. So you're off today.
Tal's gonna keep walking and lead him to the meeting room.
Okay.
They get there. He's gonna point to the list of tools and everything. They want your professional second opinion. Anything missing from this list?
He's like, missing for what?
Fixing the pylon.
Don't look like it.
Still attempting to play this. No, I'm not going to.
Yeah, it looks like you guys got everything you need here. You got the parts, you got the tools. Yep, you got the welding mask. Yeah, it looks like you got everything you need.
All right, perfect. He just stands there looking at him like he's just like...
He's just looking at you two, and he's like, you keep it up. You could be foreman here one day.
And just...
rubbing his belly, looking at you.
Sit at a desk and tell people what to do.
Give me a reaction table roll.
I gotta have a button for that.
All my buttons are gone.
He chuckles. He's like, I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but you also got to be able to follow through with it all and make sure that the work doesn't pile up. Because you tell people what to do and they can't do it. That falls back on you to either do it yourself Or find someone who can.
So there will be 2 foremans, or can there only be 1?
I mean, there could be foremen multiple for different jobs, but typically there's only one that oversees what's going on in this general area. So my area is typically with general labor.
Oh, good. I didn't want to have to fight you to the death.
When you
Nope,
say that, he looks at you and smiles strangely. He goes, not typically how we assign those positions.
That was my attempt at humor.
You say that, and he like looks at you awkwardly for a second, and there's like 15 seconds of like silence, and then he's, I like it. All right, well, you have things you need to do. I have things I need to do. You're off today, as he's looking at Kay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, if you need anything else, let me know. And he turns around and starts heading out.
And Mind Link, what do we do with the rest of our time?
I don't know, Tal. I'm just worried about the Sentinels. I don't want to have that feeling ever again.
Don't dwell on it.
I'm
Besides,
trying.
he sits down, crosses his legs, and then like pats the ground next to him, closes his eyes.
She sighs and joins him.
And that's what they're doing until the other 2 are done or whatnot.
Girl's just like leaning
Yo.
back in his chair, chewing a sandwich and whatever he has in his pocket.
Where is the break room or whatever in relation to the meeting room or wherever they are?
The break room area is more centrally located, whereas the engineer is like in the back.
I mean, they wandered back over to where that whiteboard was, though.
Them two?
Yeah, with
Yeah, because he led Fred over to the whiteboard to look
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
whiteboard.
they're in the engineering room, so that would be like in the back.
Oh, that was in the engineering. Okay, I
Yeah.
was confused about where the whiteboard was then.
Yeah,
And
whiteboard
the
is
break
in the
room is where the
engineering room.
sandwiches were.
Yes.
All right. Well, Gio's gonna make his sandwich, and he'll probably eat a bit of it, and then when Crow's finished, he'll just eat his sandwich while walking to the other 2.
Grab some water and start walking back to the engineer room.
Yeah. Gio throws a bottle of water in his pocket to drink after he finishes his sandwich, and they walks with him.
I mean, by the time you guys got back in there, then Tal and Kay would be sitting on the ground meditating.
So Gio walks in with a half-finished dagwood in his hands.
half finished what?
You never heard of a dagwood?
No?
It's one of those like cartoonishly large sandwiches where you use multiple pieces of bread. Gio totally just took multiple
Oh.
sandwiches and turned it into a dagwood.
Okay.
So while Crow
I've
was
never
eating
heard
his,
it referred to as that.
but yeah, while Crow was eating his sandwich, Gio like combined multiple sandwiches.
Made like a fucking. I would have called it a triple decker sandwich, not a dagwood, personally, but that's just the only thing that makes sense in my brain.
Gotcha. Yeah, he walks in with a dagwood, half a dagwood at that point.
Half which way?
Whatever way it fits in his mouth.
Oh,
Crow sees him on the ground and he's gonna like kind of tiptoe around.
no reaction.
Nope.
He's just gonna keep eating a sandwich till he's done with it.
Everyone's all quiet and you just hear just
Bag of chips.
No.
Thank you for joining my
Definitely put a layer of
ASMR.
potato chips between each sandwich. I was
You just hear him.
Crunching, mouth sounds, you know. Yeah.
The room's completely quiet except for that.
after a while, after like a minute of just mouth noises and chewing, Kay's just going to open one eye and just like look at him with a face of like, really?
It's good. You should go get some.
Just shakes her head and closes her eyes again.
So he's probably pretty close to finished after a minute of mouth sound. If I ever go into ASMR, that's my ASMR name. I'll be Giovanni.
My name's Giovanni and this is me eating watermelon.
All right, so what's the game plan?
Waiting for a go time.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so you guys are just gonna pretty much chill around until you hear word back.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Mentally preparing self and all that.
Okay. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll at a -4, please.
Woof.
Yeah, let's see. That's a plus.
All right.
I like that you named them.
So yeah, after a couple hours of just waiting around, JD comes back in, and he's got 2 backpacks with him. And he's like, "Oh, you guys are still here. Well, we're pretty much good to go here. Wanted to wait a little bit longer before we head out, but I think that we're still in a pretty safe window here. Tal, this one's yours." And he kind of like puts the backpack down next to you, and he's like, "This one's mine," and throws it over his shoulders. Kind of puts his thumbs between it, and he's just kind of standing there like a dad in the suspenders. And he's like, and I think that Freddy is actually sending word for the protectors. They have all your guys' gear ready. Anything you don't want to bring with you, you can leave here. We'll lock it up. It'll be safe. And anything you want to bring, obviously, you're more than welcome to. Just keep in mind, we're going to be walking for a couple hours, so don't bring anything too crazy heavy, slow you down.
An 8-person tent.
Yeah, Gio's gonna put his backpack in his locker like usual, just not pulling out his PPE stuff.
Like, if we have to outrun a bear, you don't want to have to be carrying anything heavy. And he kind of chuckles nervously. Like he's trying to make light of a very real situation.
Crow like walks up next to Gio, puts his in his locker. He's like, "I wouldn't worry about the bears."
How loud do you say that?
Not really whispering.
JD's like, don't think that the bears are any small task. I've seen them wipe out entire teams of people before. When we were first getting things going here, we lost a lot of people in this city to these bears. To the point that at one time we were planning on hunting them to extinction until we were talked down from it.
Oh, no.
I mean, he just stared at one last night from like 5 feet away, and it left us alone.
What?
I may need to have a talk with some of your guards about animal control.
This is just a mind link to Geo.
Don't tell him that.
Pretty much. Okay. Whatever. This is Kay opening up a mind link.
Okay.
Yeah. Geo would be wise not to reveal what skills we have, considering we aren't sure if we're making enemies of these people. And that's through mind link that he just heard Kay.
So yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. That just seemed kind of, I don't know, it stuck in my mind. Oh, hey, well, I've got you. Like, I know you say you like, Tal saved you and everything, but, like, did you know he, like, once ran from a collapsing building with a helicopter falling from it? Because that's kind of sus.
Hey, John. Would
Yep.
Tal have told that story?
Yes.
From what I've been told, that was a failed rescue mission for someone else. That Rushkov had.
I see. Okay. It's kind of strange. I mean, because it was like before everything went to hell, and that's like kind of like that was a scary day because I was on a sidewalk and a helicopter fell from the sky. It was not. But okay, if you say, yeah.
I can see why that would be definitely
Oh God, people
jarring.
gotta look at. Man, people got to be looking at Geo like he's insane because he totally would have just done that. He did the
What?
hand motion. Geo totally did the hand motion and everything when he said, "Okay, if that's what you say," except saying in his head.
So as you two are having your mind link, because you didn't roll with a raise, that basically as long as it took you guys to say that is how long you were actually talking, minus the break of waiting for John. So JD's still talking, obviously, this whole time. When Crows is about teaching the guards about animal control, and he's like, "No, we get it now, and it was a hasteful decision that we probably would have regretted doing. I think we've started to learn how to coexist with them, like where their place is, where our place is, and since the governor and the chiefs let everybody know not to go into the northern woods, the attacks from the bears have dwindled down greatly. There's still a few packs to the south, but for the most part, it's mostly in the northern woods that we have to worry. Geo, yeah, what?
Oh,
You were waving your hand. You got a question?
yeah. What are we doing for like our ration situation? Because we're gonna be gone for a while.
Good question. We have that covered, and he just keeps moving forward with it. He's like, in Tal's bag, we have some sandwiches, some water. We have some dry rations like jerky. There's seeds from a flower that's not from here that's edible. Tao, you may know what the flower is. The local here have gotten to calling it berry seeds because it tastes like almost like a strawberry or like a raspberry in seed form. But we got some of those. So we got you covered on the food and water. We're set to be able to last 3 days out there with the rations that we have, and we're not expecting to even be out there a full day. So we're good to go. And we got it in Tal's bag to keep his a little bit light. Most of the bigger components and whatnot are in mine. Need to keep him fresh and ready, so when it comes down to it, he's the one that's gonna be putting in all the work. So if I gotta carry a little bit extra while we walk there, then I carry a little bit extra.
Well, we're losing daylight.
Well, that's the point, though. Kind of like chuckles as he like pushes on the straps of the backpack. And then he starts to say something else, and as he does, the two protectors walk in, and they have 3 pair of like all like dark gray overalls, like fatigues, like what they're wearing, and they have 4 bulletproof vests, and they're like, all right, you 3 wear this. And then he just tosses one at Tal, and he's like, you wear this vest. We need to make sure that if anything goes down, that we keep you safe.
Is this some sort of armor?
Of sorts, yeah. It's a Kevlar vest. It's a fine metal mesh that will help lessen the impact of any firearms if you're shot at.
Alright, he slips it on. And takes off his clothes.
I was gonna say, does he like put it on over the clothes?
Yeah,
Try putting it on over everything. It's all super tight. Like, maybe not. What is Tal wearing under his robe?
Nothing. So, like, he's just bare chest because for like the day and night cycles, the temperature fluctuations, he just leaves the cloak for that.
There's gonna be some chafing.
No, it's fine. This is soft Kevlar. You know, the comfortable stuff. Does Tal have any symbols or anything on his chest or arms that seems how no one here other than Kay has probably seen him without the robe? Anything in there that would be of note that people may notice?
On his wrist, he has a tattoo with his full designation from when he got to his camp in this reality or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a huge claw mark going across his chest, like the entire thing, to where I'm sure the two of them will wonder what in the fuck could have made that sort of scar and him still be alive.
Shaving accident.
Yeah. Manscaped wasn't around yet, you know. But yeah, he's just very lean, but his, like, the cracks in his skin where it seems like essence is like almost trying to break through, like extends through like his entire body. It looks like.
As you're doing that, JD's just like, whoa, ha, just starts laughing like nervously as you're like taking the robe off. Give me a notice roll, Tal. You can see the captain of the Protectors taking an interest to your scar and taking an interest to your tattoo. He doesn't say anything, but you can tell that he has some acuteness to it, whereas the other Protector and JD, they don't really seem to pay much of a mind to it. They kind of like almost like as you start doing it, like look away. But this guy, like he's studying you.
Okay.
Geo and Crow, give me a notice roll to self-support, a common knowledge roll.
Yeah.
See a lot of sixes. All right, so Crow, do common knowledge +2, Geo +1. So both of you would have awareness of the kind of government-led camps that the Aberrant were put into. Crow, you would have heard about them in passing and like stories and whatnot. And depending on the company that you keep them when they were telling the stories, you may get varying degrees of truth about what these things were. Anywhere from, you know, like concentration camps, depending on the levels that you're told about, all the way to just like public housing. So you've heard some varying degrees of it. Geo, you were around and you kind of know how shitty the government treated the Aberrant when they first got there and kind of shoved them into their own, you know, private quarters that were guarded by the military. And both of you seeing that tattoo on Tal would know that he had experienced those camps. And Crow, with the scar that he has on there, you can sense there's more to Tal than what you've been kind of led to believe or been informed with, and your mind races with thinking of all the possibility of things that could have actually caused a scar like that.
I guess that would be like a healing roll to see if it's like the aging of it.
Sure, you could do that if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I don't got healing. So I was like, yeah, just.
I mean, you could do fighting. You can supplement. You know, fighting is all about the knowledge of fighting, not only the action of it, right? So you could probably get an idea.
Can I do survival?
Survival is really more like surviving. I mean, sure.
I want to like kind of see if he can take a guess at what kind of animal did this to. There's no like animal handling or anything like that in Savage Worlds.
There isn't there an animal specific skill?
No.
For sure.
Yeah.
I thought there was.
I'm pretty sure there is.
I know there's edges for it.
Yeah. Got those.
I think it might just be common knowledge. Or survival, one of the two.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll survival if you want to. How did Tal get that scar?
Dragon.
The dragon.
Was it the dragon that gave it to you?
Yep.
I don't know if that's high enough to even guess that though.
So I mean, specifically a dragon, you probably wouldn't be able to guess, but judging by like the irregularness of it and whatnot, like you could tell this is like a scar made from like a beast, a very large creature. And again, your mind races with the different possibilities of what it could have been. But again, you definitely can tell that Tal has been through some shit, like far more than what he leads on that he has.
All right.
So yeah, so they stand around and they look at you guys and they basically are waiting for you to all get dressed.
Did we get handed like Kevlar and stuff too, or just backpacks or what?
No. So the three of you got the gray like fatigues and Kevlar vests.
Okay.
Tal got a Kevlar vest but no fatigues. And then JD didn't get anything.
Okay.
You guys aren't gonna care if these get like shredded up or anything while we're out there, are you?
They both look at each other and they look at you with sort of a inquisitive look, and they're like, well, I mean, if a scuffle goes down, then that's what they're there for. But if we manage to resolve this all peacefully, ideally they'll make it back pristine.
Okay. Crow starts taking off his clothes and starts putting on this other stuff.
Kay's doing the same. She's not very phased about taking off her clothes in front of people from her previous occupation.
Crow turns and
Yeah,
faces
same for
the
Geo.
wall when he starts taking off his stuff.
Geo just starts stripping. Then once he gets the vest on, sitting there like in Kevlar vest and boxers, he's kind of moving his arms. He's like, I'm not sure if I can shoot in this. This makes it hard to move.
The other protector, he's just kind of like face palming. He's like, no, dude, put the fatigues on and then put the vest over it.
Oh, okay. He takes the vest off, puts the fatigues on, puts the vest back on, and then he's still like, yeah, it's still pretty hard to lift my arms in this thing. This is like, feel like I'm like 10 pounds heavier, or 15 or 20.
He's like, build strength.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's good for a gunfight, but if we get in a fight with like an animal or anyone with fists, I don't know if I can fight in this.
Believe it or not, you can use guns on them too.
Geo's gonna start taking off the vest and putting it back on to see how quickly he can take it off if he needs to. He's practicing trying to quick take off the vest and put it back on.
You need help with the classes or something?
No, I'm just making sure I can get this off quick if I need to run or something. This thing is...
Okay.
Like as you're doing that, the captain just kind of like giving you a side eye. He's like, and these will be your weapons. And he grabs a rifle and he like kind of like as you're still putting your vest on and everything, he just kind of sort of like pushes it into your chest, Geo. And then he grabs one and he hands it to Kay. And then he picks up another one and he stops for a second. And he reaches into his side holster and he pulls out a handgun and he hands it. He grabs it by the barrel and hands it to Crow.
Crow will grab it and set it next to him while he finishes getting changed.
It's like, these are fully loaded weapons. The safety is on. That means that you will have to hit this little switch on the side here when you want to use it. When you're not planning on using it, the safety should remain on at all times.
And even when your safety's on, do not point the barrel at people you don't want dead.
That is correct. This
Geo rapidly looks where his barrel's shooting just in case.
he's
Geo,
like
At this point, Geo has it sideways looking at the safety.
he
Crow, like bend down, turn his, then go back to changing.
he's like holding the rifle and he's like pointing the barrel up to the sky and he's like, this end here delivers the death. Only pointed at things that you want to have that delivery.
Is there like a strap on the rifle?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if anyone's paying attention to Crow, he has those black marks from his eyes continuously running down his spine to like the top part of his thighs, and his shoulder is going to about half his arm's length down as he's getting changed.
That's something that notice should be rolled for. Or just noted or not.
I mean, that seems like it's a pretty...
Yeah, those.
Yeah, I was pretty
You
sure.
would notice them. If you want to go into further detail, then roll a notice.
No, I just needed to make a spirit check to make sure I didn't.
Get hot and bothered from Kay.
No, I was making a spirit check to avoid saying, "My bro, you got racing stripes." You didn't say it.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Okay.
But actually, no. He didn't say it, but Kay totally got it, because that is totally... While he was avoiding saying it out loud, he totally said it in his head loud enough that mind link picked it up.
And she definitely, like... She's just, like, sitting there in the middle of getting changed, and she just, like, pauses a moment, like, her shirt's off, and she's, like, reaching for the fatigue, and she just, like, face bombs, and she goes, Geo, mind your thoughts, what the fuck?
Now the question is, do you say that through mind link or do you say that out loud?
That's in mind link.
Boo.
There's still other people in the room, and Kay's better at minding her thoughts than I am.
Well, yeah, but if she wanted to put you on blast, that would have been the perfect way to do it.
Yeah, but then that would have led suspicion to the people that are not in our party.
They're all in your party.
What?
So they're all in your party.
I meant like the protector folk?
Yeah, they're part of the party. They're all part of the party now.
Uh-huh. Anyways.
So was JD.
What type of rifle did they hand us?
AKs.
Okay, I just want to know because I want to make my attacks.
So, would a 4 be enough to notice anything additional about these? Like,
No.
Okay. Sad. Would a 4 be enough to know if they would be enough to realize if they are just marks on his skin or if they are actual cracks?
So you could just notice that they are marks.
Okay. He sure do have them black marks. Okay.
Them racing stripes, as Geo said.
Mm-hmm.
So Crow gets his gear on. He's like hitting the vest, trying to see if it actually feels like it's gonna protect him or not.
The captain sees you doing that, and he's like, "Oh, it'll still hurt like hell, but it's not gonna penetrate the vest. But all that force that's coming out of that gun, it's gonna feel like you got punched in the chest by the strongest fist you've ever gotten punched by." But you won't be dead.
He's like holding up his hands, like, even no. He just puts his hands in his pocket.
All right. Everybody ready?
Oh, that's right. Geo does have a ranged weapon. He has knives for throwing.
Well, it's not the same.
That being said, he
Throwing
has to leave them behind because of how freaking heavy the AK-47 is.
Poor Geo. So weak.
The Kevlar vest has a minimum strength of D6, so just wearing the vest puts his pace down.
Oh, God.
I'm not applying any of these penalties to you. You're applying them all to yourself. That's why I didn't actually
okay.
add them as items to your inventory.
Oh, okay. So I'm good to not be having penalized for the
Yes.
for the Kevlar vest.
Yes.
Okay.
And the
I can still
AK. You
my
don't have to add
knives.
the AK either. That's why I didn't add any of them to your inventory. I don't want you to hit the negative effects for it.
Okay. Well, I still need to add, I'll just say it's not carried, but I still need to add it so I can have it on my combat screen easily.
Sure. You can do that if you want.
Yeah, where is this shit at? Modern armor.
I mean, I was just going to say, like, if you actually do roll a shot with it, I would just tell you roll, 2d8 plus 1. So you don't have to do all that if you don't want to. But if you want to, you're more than welcome to.
I like having it on the combat screen because then I can set up multiple attacks for if I want to use like rate of fire or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I can create a rate of fire 2 and a rate of fire 3.
Yeah. By all means.
What kind of weapon did I get?
Same.
AK?
All of them are AKs, yep.
I thought I
But
was
they
handed
gave
a-
him
Oh,
a
I'm sorry,
handgun.
you got the handgun. I didn't actually figure out which one yours was because you have to be difficult. Just call it a Glock. And actually, that's a good point that I have to actually make a note of, is that the captain no longer has his Glock.
My attacks tab is just fucking everything.
It just says yes. All right, so Captain asks everybody if they're ready and looks for confirmation.
Yes, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
All right.
That was canon.
Perfect.
Tell-
Well, that was John. Oh, god damn it.
Tal jumping around. Let's fucking go. Like, damn, I've never seen him so hype over something.
Yes. Like, where's my backpack? Did he get in my juice?
Are there any personal belongings that you guys are bringing with you?
All of it.
Yep.
Okay.
It's all that I own.
Yep. We don't leave without our shit.
Okay.
Inventory. Mundane. I am bringing my canteen.
Okay.
Oh, I guess my lighter and my smokes too. And my sunglasses. So that's... Yeah.
Okay.
It is
Is that all?
sunscreen.
I was going down the list and some of the stuff doesn't weigh anything, so I skipped past them at first. I was like, oh, wait, no, there's that.
Hey, I have exactly enough weight left over. I could bring my tent.
Okay, the Kevlar vest does weigh something for you.
I don't know. I want to see the face on the face. No, I'm not gonna bring my tent because I want to bring my backpack instead. That's more important than my tent.
Okay. All right. Then you guys start heading out, and you walk through the building. And you notice Freddy following behind you guys. And after you leave, door closes, and Freddy stays behind and locks it behind you.
Aw, you're not coming, boss?
Do you actually say that to him?
Yeah.
He's like, someone's got to stay here and keep watch around this place to make sure no one gets into it.
That's right. Good luck.
You as well. He like yells out like, JD, you got large chunk of my general labor force here. Make sure you bring them back. JD just gives a thumbs up as he's walking. And you guys head out. So you guys start heading west. You guys head through. I'm sorry, you guys are heading east, not west. Yes,
Okay.
sorry. I suck. You guys are heading east. So it's far east is where you guys are heading to. It's a couple hours to the east, not to the west. So you guys head out. You basically walk through the entire length of the city proper. And people are like watching as you're walking through because you're basically walking like as this group, this small militia with 2 of the city protectors, and then
Kevlar and AKs.
Yeah, exactly. You guys got fully armed as you're walking through, and 3 of you are donning the same gear as the protectors. And then you got JD who's walking with the backpack still holding it like this. And then you got Tal who's walking with a backpack as well.
Crow probably looks so stupid. Strutting with it. Not even holding his weapon, but has it holstered. He's just strutting, sunglasses on, smiling, wearing this gear.
I
bet he's adorable. He's so fucking cute.
He's got a smoke hanging off his lip too.
Nah, not yet. I don't want to smoke. Walking through the city.
Don't want someone seeing that.
Right.
So you guys make it outside the city, and then you guys are continuing off to the east. And essentially the path that you're taking is like following the power lines themselves. And you find your way off to the first pylon that you fixed, which is like on the southeastern border of the city. You walk past it, and JD is like just talking game, like he's talking to like a kid or something, like his kid, and he's like, "Tal, remember when we did that one there?" Which was yesterday.
He's like smiles, like, yeah.
He's like, that was nothing compared to what we're gonna do now. And he kind of like just motions his hands back, and he's like, we managed to get all this turned back on with what we're gonna do today. And he just kind of like motions out into the east, like just the openness. He goes, the possibilities are fascinating and exciting, and I feel like a kid. And like as he's like talking, the captain's like, all right, we might want to keep it down a little bit here. When it comes to wildlife, this area is the potentially most dangerous part of it. We're gonna have to go through some wooded area, and he's like kind of like pointing down the line, and he's like, you could see this dips into a valley if we're following these lines ahead, and you can see that both sides of this valley are tree lined. If we're gonna come across any sort of wildlife or anything, it's gonna be in this valley here. Further down the way, as soon as we get out of it and it branches out into the open, that's when we're safest from this threat. But that's when we have to keep our eyes peeled for any of the sentinels.
Before we get too far away from the city, I need to and Crow raises his hands and snaps his fingers, and that metallic clang goes off. You're like, okay, we can go now. A few minutes later, Iris comes and lands on his shoulder.
most important member of the party. Best burp.
The captain kind of washes as you do that, and when the bird lands on your shoulder, like you two like lock eyes for a second. He just gives you a nod. And as you're beginning to walk through, he says, "Do any of you have any experience with the Sentinels?"
No. I'm assuming. He like looks at the rest of the group.
Yeah, I don't think Geo ever encountered Sentinels.
Kay looks
No.
stressed as she just shakes her head no.
Cages, soul sucking or something.
Actually, was that something I might have encountered?
A different variant of it would have came from your home world, yeah. If you want to do like a common knowledge or...
Yeah, I'll do a common knowledge. Nope.
Weren't there a couple of those around New Vegas after the fall? Is there a chance that Geo might have encountered some?
Did Geo
when heading
go
north?
into like the desert by himself, like outside of the flooded area?
He might have. I mean, he left New Vegas pretty soon after the flood, but only came up here about a week before Tal and Kay, so he probably tried to go a different way first before realizing it was too dangerous and going north.
High or low?
High.
Nope.
All right. Yeah, so he's like, no, never.
The ones that we've seen are about the height of 3 men. They carry large cages. And from the intel that we've been given, they're able to put people in some sort of trance or make them think that something is going on that's not really going on, where they will climb themselves into the cage. And once you're in there, after 2 or so days, it completely drinks all of the hydration from your body until you're just a husk. And once you're nothing but dust and bone, it absorbs you. The good news is, from what we've been told, you die in an ignorant bliss. You think that your greatest desires are happening and unfolding in front of your eyes until you take your last breath. The bad news: no one knows how to kill one. None of us have had any direct combat experience with them. And everything that we've learned has been from scouting reports and from interaction with some of the aberrant who have dealt with them. If you start to have thoughts that are outside of your normal, visions of things that you desire that you know couldn't rightfully be here, let someone know as soon as you start feeling that way. If you do not let us know immediately, it may be too late. Do you all understand?
Yes,
Yep.
sir. Muted.
Am I muted? No, I'm not muted.
You were.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, all I said is Geo nods, so.
Sin, did X experience any of the visions?
No.
All right.
What were you thinking there, John?
Just thinking if he would be familiar with what was said were some of the visions or illusions.
So,
Sophie did.
I mean, Sophie did.
yeah, so Sophie experienced it. X
And
was
very,
there and kind of
very
like
clearly explained to X what
Right.
she was seeing.
as she did with everything. She was very articulate and
Of
wordy in the way that she experienced these things. So like if you're looking at not Allie, but if we're looking at Sophie's like stats and whatnot, I'm sure she would have probably been able to articulate what she's seen to a satisfactory degree, right? X might not have gotten all of the details, but knew that like she was seeing shit that couldn't have been there.
He was confused as fuck. He knew that she was describing a house and Tiff and all that shit, and he seen nothing there until he seen the cage, and she was describing the cage as that.
Right. I think that's basically what I was asking was, would X have passed on that information? Because I don't know if we actually talked about what happened other than...
I think X brought it up briefly, like she was hallucinating. She was saying stuff about a house, she was saying stuff about her house and Tiff right before the thing showed up. I think that's the extent that he explained.
All right. So if that's the case, it's been several hours. Let's make sure we have an active mind link.
With everybody, including JD and everything, right?
It's okay. These things are going to try and show you something desirable and lead you somewhere. I don't know what form that would take. Perhaps based off of what I've encountered before, it could even be someone that is potentially dead, or we both know who might that be used against you. Just if something is trying to lead you somewhere, try to focus through it and realize that it's probably not real.
Thanks. God, I hope they don't use him against us.
Well, whatever that's causing you grief, that's probably what the target's gonna be.
Yeah.
And that's not to say I will be immune to it either, so we'll just keep an eye out.
Mm-hmm. We always have each other.
As you two are talking, and the captain's still sort of explaining things, you guys have made it about halfway into this valley at this point, and you see him like put a hand up, and he's like, "Wait." He looks back at the other protector. He's like, "Did you hear that?" And the other protector just shakes his head no. He looks at you, Crow, and he goes, Your talents with animals, are they just with birds?"
No, most animals.
"I think we're being stalked." He kind of like points out to the left of where you're at. "I've heard a noise 3 separate times since we've been in this valley, coming from the left, and every time I hear it, it's coming from pretty much the same distance away from us. He's like just waiting, and he's just got his hand up.
His bow comes off her back and into her hand, and she's just readying herself.
Crow's gonna like put a hand up. There's no need to harm them, and he'll kind of start walking over in that direction.
It's a matter of self-defense, Crow.
For them, it might be too. As he's like walks past the group, he's gonna take off his sunglasses off so he can actually see without the shade.
You like hear JD like, "Hey, Crow, get back with the group," and like the captain like kind of like shushes JD.
And as he's walking in this direction, he's gonna lift up his arm. He's like, "Hey, baby, can you fly off in that direction? If there's anything there, come back. If not, just circle around a few times while we walk." And sends her off.
Okay. Can you do any sort of like notice roll or anything through the bird's eyes or anything like that?
Not through its eyes. I could just give it commands, and it's like a trained dog or something.
Dogs can't fly.
I know, it's crazy, crazy well trained.
So well.
Have you enhanced it at all?
Nah.
All right, so it's just the 1 feet edge, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah.
So as it flies off into the woods, it gets couple dozen feet into the thick of it, and it like caws.
Well, it does have like its own stat card and stuff.
All right, you want me to do this?
Like, I have it pulled up.
I mean, you having it pulled up don't help me none. Sure, go ahead and give me a notice roll with Iris.
Crow.
So it signifies to you what type of like how would you have it trained to handle a situation like this? Like,
So if it's just clear, it'll just come straight back. But if there are stuff stalking, it would send off a caw and fly over the area where the animal's at.
and have you trained it to do any sort of designation between like if there was one person following you versus if there was an army of people following behind, like anything like that, or would it just be a caw?
It would be like the size of the circle that it's flying in.
Okay.
Like if it's just like a single thing that can see real clearly, it'll just be like real quick. But if it's spotting multiple stuff, it'll like widen its fly pattern.
Okay. So you see it let out a caw, and it takes to the sky above the tree lines, and it circles around. And then you notice that it changes its pattern, and it kind of goes back, like about 50 or so feet behind where you guys are. And it circles all the way back around to the front. It's doing like this long, narrow, circular pattern.
So like even flying in front of where we're at.
It's flying like almost parallel to where you are, maybe a little bit ahead of where you are, but pretty much like in line with it. And then it's going back about 50 feet, and then it's circling back around.
All right. The crow like looks back and just kind of smiles. He's like, "Yeah, there's something following us from there to about there."
And like as you're smiling, you're seeing like just this stern canvas of a face looking back at you, like that's not good.
And Crow just keeps staring off into the woods. Just keep walking. Don't mind their business.
Go ahead and give me a notice roll if you want to. Use the +2 from the Crow's roll. So as you say, just keep moving. The captain sort of nods and he like quietly motions everybody to follow, and he starts walking a little bit. And as the group starts moving forward, you see like through some of the brush, these reflective yellow eyes looking back at you. And as you sort of look back and follow the trail that Iris is following, you see 2 other distinct sets of eyes. And you can tell that you have a small pack of 3 animals that are following your guys' every move.
After a few minutes and matching eyes with each of them as we're walking, Crow like leans forward like, I see 3.
And he looks back at the other protector that's there, and you see him thumb click the safety off of the gun, as does the captain. They don't aim the weapon, but they ready, you know, they're getting themselves ready for it. And he just kind of, the captain looks at you and says, so, you seem to be pretty comfortable that they're not going to attack. Do you have experience with these creatures?
I don't even know if they are still. But as long as we don't aggravate them, they should mind their business.
How many
This
times
is
have you
their
known?
territory to them.
How many times have you known animals to stalk another animal, looks back at the length of the field that you guys are in, almost 2 clicks, when it doesn't mean to inflict any harm?
You're asking the wrong person that kind of question.
Think about it how when we first walked into town, everybody seemed to stare at us, make sure we weren't going to cause harm. They could just be protecting themselves as well. Either way, I say we be ready in case they change their mind.
And he just looks over at you and he's like, what do you think?
We're fine. We're in their territory to them. As soon as we leave, we'll be fine.
I'd recommend everyone take safety off. Be prepared for the worst. But let's be like our friend here and expect the best. And yeah, you guys just keep walking. And you get about another 100 or so feet in. And Iris lets off another caw and swoops down across the field to your guys' right. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll. Crow, your notice roll. Actually, Crow, go ahead and give me a notice roll with Iris. And you're going to be rolling at a -2 offset by whatever Iris can see.
So -1.
Yes.
That your second time rolling double sixes?
That's my third time.
Oh my god.
You roll a notice, Tal?
No.
Okay.
It's house just
Yeah,
walking.
he's just walking.
Kay, you hear a sound coming from your right. Crow, you hear a very loud and purposeful like charge coming from everybody's right. But you hear a silent approach coming from behind you. And based on your experience from this,
That was an accident.
based on your experience from this, you know that there's another member of this pack that is creating a diversion to draw everyone's attention to the right. And these things are planning to attack from the left when they're distracted by it.
Alright, Crow stops, like, behind, and he quickly turns around and just faces whatever the hell this silent one is.
So you, Kay, you hear something coming from your right. Geo and Tal, you guys don't. But then you hear Crow say behind, and you see him just immediately turn around and face away.
The note, Geo didn't pull out his AK when they said safety's off. He felt more comfortable with his staff.
Okay.
Especially if it's animals.
When Crow said behind, immediately Kate, about face to look behind where Crow is, and she's taking aim.
Oh yeah, that too.
You're aiming with your staff?
Well, not taking out. I turn about. And I go on the defensive, as it were.
Tal. He's just subtly gonna cast deflection on himself.
How is he subtly going to do this?
While they're all looking towards the noise, and while they're distracted, he's just gonna. It's just gonna be a little shimmer of energy around him that fades out as usual.
Sure. As you guys all turn and face, you see these 3 large bears come breaching through the edge of the woods. Crow 1 is charging right towards you, and like as you're like staring at it, it like sort of sidesteps around you, and it breaches out into the open, and it sort of runs in a semicircle, looking at the rest of the group, and it kind of like keeps looking over its shoulder at you, and it's making like a rah, rah noise. And 2 other come running out. One circles around like a half circle around the back of the group, one around the front, and one is charging right forward. And as you're watching this happen, Crow, you see from the opposite side, a 4th comes running out. These are large bears. 3 of them are the size of the one that you've seen at camp. The one that is in the front that was kind of like hawking at you is larger. This one's probably about 10 feet tall or so, while on all 4s.
Does it look altered in any way, shape, or form from just a normal bear?
I mean, other than the fact that it's ginormous.
Right.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like all the bears look like they have been affected by the essence in some way. And the one that kind of bursts out through the middle comes charging directly at the group.
Alright. This crow knows, like, any type of animal, no matter what, is not going to attack him unless it's enraged for some reason.
Yeah, and for the most part, they seem to be avoiding you. But the rest of the group is not quite as lucky. And like I said, the one is breaking out through the middle, and you can tell it's charging towards them.
Can I, like, meet this one that's charging? The one that's charging is the big one, right?
No, the one that's charging is. I mean, they're all fucking big.
Yeah.
But the biggest one.
Bigger.
No, the biggest one seems to be. Give me a survival roll.
Damn.
I mean, this is what he fucking does.
The biggest one is orchestrating this whole thing right now. And you can tell by like his grunts and hawks that he's communicating with the other three. And you can see like as he's moving one way, the one that's on the back end is sort of mirroring his. And then the one that's on the far right, he's charging in similarly to the one that's on the left. But you know that one is like that one's the distraction. He's gonna get close first, but then the one that's on your side is the one that's gonna strike.
Okay. Whichever one Crow knows is going to be the aggressor, he is going to try to jump in front of. And fuck it, why not? Let's see if this actually works.
Okay. And as you're like jumping in front of this bear, like what's your plan here?
He is going to jump in front of this thing, pretty much do what they tell you to do, make yourself look big, and he is just going to kind of yell in this thing's face.
Okay.
And as he jumps in front of this thing, these fatigues that we got, are they like long sleeve or short sleeve or anything?
Long sleeve.
All right. Well, yeah. Most of the sleeves from this fatigue get shredded as his bones start to pierce through his skin, coming from his shoulders down, from his elbows up, and from his knuckles. His kneecaps start shredding his pants. Bones come from there, covering the whole top part of his legs. His spine starts to pierce out in each one of its rows. His skull gets two horns that pierce back and a plating that goes over the top, and he jumps in front of this thing and just yells in its face.
Give me an intimidation +2.
Kay's distracted.
Fuck racing stripes. He's a fucking Power Ranger with edge. And yes, Gio says that out loud.
Oof. I don't think I could beat a 12.
As you do it, this thing kind of like bucks up on its hind legs. And as it's standing on its hind legs, this thing is like 15 feet tall. And it sort of like roars at you. And
this be? Melee and ranged, I guess.
I need a spirit roll from you.
Ooh, let's reroll that.
I think with deflection, you have to choose if you want melee or range, don't you?
I
You
got
get a raise, you
I
get
got a
both.
raise on it.
Yep.
Okay.
Which I need applied to me as well.
Don't you have that in your shit to apply to yourself?
No, I can't target myself. Is the problem.
Oh, I got you.
Well, can't you just drag it and drop it on your face? Because it should be in the description of your spell. Like if you go to your powers, click on
Let
the
me
little
see.
eye, go to the bottom, and then
Oh,
just
hey, that
drag the
worked.
effect to your face.
Yep. Face dropping works.
Okay.
Is that what we're gonna call this? Face dropping.
Face dropping.
All right. So yeah, this thing bucks up on its hind legs and it roars at you, and you can just feel like the heat of its breath and the droplets of spit as it roars at you. And as it sees you not backing down, it kind of like it takes a couple like steps backwards and it drops back on all four, and it looks over to the big one and it kind of like just goes, and the captain yells out, "Are you still thinking we're not in danger here?"
And completely ignoring the captain, Crow will start walking to the big one, start banging on his the bones on his chest to make this loud clanging sound, and start yelling at the big one.
Okay. Are you trying to intimidate? Are you trying to like communicate? Like, what are you trying to do?
Not really intimidate, more just make his presence known.
I take this as I'm the alpha here, bitch.
That would be intimidation.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, if you're trying to show dominance, like you're the alpha, that's definitely intimidation. Like you're.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that with a +2.
Better.
I can't let that stand like that. Let's try again.
Never mind.
As you do it, it kind of like stops dead in its tracks, and it lowers its nose at you for a second, and it kind of goes and lifts its head up, and you see it like claw the ground, and, like stomping its feet and clawing the ground. And at this point, like, both the protectors are aiming. But the captain seems to be waiting to see if you're going to give some sort of, like, direction to him before he gives the order to shoot or anything like that.
So it's not like up anymore, it's
Yeah, it's down, and it's like I said, it lowered its nose to you, but it's still like grunting and like pounding the ground and like clawing at it.
fucking hell. Okay. Then his right arm, he raises it up in the air. The arm splits in two. One half curls up, the other half kind of hardens, and the curled up version expands on the hardened version to make a giant hammer type thing. And he just slams it down right in front of this bear.
It's like, oh, and as it does, it like slowly starts circling around. And you notice as it starts circling, the other 3 bears start circling as well. And it's like keeping its eyes locked on you, but it's making like this large circle like around towards the rest of the group.
and just like keeping in pace with the big one. He's just eyes locked on this one, and he tells to the rest of the group, keep walking.
The captain kind of raises his hand up and motions for you guys to follow, and he's still aiming, but he's starting to walk. Send high or low.
Hi.
So as you guys are walking, and these things are, like I said, they're like circling around you, like swarming. And as they are, like, Crow's keeping pace with the large one. And you get to the point where, like, you've walked this circle in front of the group, and you're, like, to the right of them now. The bear is just sort of looking at you, and it's making these like grunting noises, and as it does it, the other ones are grunting, like chiming back like a response. And after a second, it kind of just lets out this low groan, and it just turns around and it slowly starts walking back towards the woods. And as it does, the other three, they stop their circling motion, and they're just kind of standing there watching, and they just, almost statuesque, stand still, and the only thing that's moving is their heads as they're watching you guys walk past.
Kay still has her bow knocked and ready as she's like transferring glances at any of these bears while moving, making sure none of them are making any forward motion to lunge at anyone.
Geo is gonna look at the guard who said still think we're not in danger. He's gonna say, yeah, we're not in danger. We got a regular Ranger Smith over here.
He as you're like talking, he just shoots you this glare, like, shut the fuck up and why don't you have your weapon drawn? And he just gives you like this death glare, and he's still aiming at like he's still aiming, and he's like pivoting between like where Crow is at and where the other three bears are on the opposite side, and he motions for you guys to walk past him, and he kind of stands vigilant. And as you guys get a couple yards past where they're at, the large one lets out this like loud growl. And as it does, you hear like a chime back from the smaller ones, and it like, while never breaking eye contact with you, Crow, it kind of like walks past, and as it walks past you, like it like ruffles its shoulder like against you, like you feel it almost like checking you. As it just walks back towards the other three, and then as it links up with them, all four of them start to gallop a little bit, and they gallop back into the woods.
Crow's arm will go back to normal, and he's gonna stand there for a few seconds until they actually break into the tree line. Then after that, his bones and body turns back to normal, and he turns around, puts his sunglasses on.
And then Tal looks at you and says, "So, are you Ranger Smith or John Wayne?"
I think he might be Alex Mercer.
You immediately get just cut off by, all right, keep the chatter down, let's get moving. Let's get out of this gully here. And he kind of looks at you and nods, Crow. And as you guys make it through, are you guys having any sidebar conversation? Do you guys say anything to Crow?
Crow's
Yes.
lighting a cigarette.
Kay is immediately like falling to step up.
No.
Bye, John.
John Tal booked it.
Chad's like, I don't want to fucking
What
talk to
the
anybody anymore.
shit?
Quit breaking shit, John.
Nah, that's what I do.
Yeah,
Kay's
Crow's
immediately
like
gonna be
walking
like
to the
falling
group
into
and like,
step beside Crow, and she's like, "So I didn't know you could do that. So you can't do essence stuff, but you can do that."
finishes lighting it. Like, yeah, everyone in the garden was affected by the essence. I just can't tap into it. It changed us.
Can you do
Okay.
that to your feet?
It does it to everything.
You know,
Does it
if we ever
hurt?
get the world working again, we could do some really nice ice skating shows. Like you can switch from like skates to no skates. I could show you how to ice skate, man. It's easy.
There's like a slightly unamused look from Kay to Geo, and then back to Crow, who she's like far more interested in like the logistics of it. She's like, "But did it hurt? Does that hurt you?"
Not anymore.
So you're used to it, or the nerves are dead?
I'm just used to it.
Okay. And is that just can everyone of your race do that?
To more or less extents, yeah.
I mean, if that's
Alright.
an essence thing, can you teach people that? 'Cause that'd be pretty handy.
I you might die.
That's Megan laughing, not Kay laughing.
I'm pretty sure, because there are some people that can control like blood and stuff. I'm pretty sure you can learn to control bone, but your body is not going to be used to it.
Okay. Noted. Don't try to reform my bones, okay?
And he's wrapping his hands back up, like tearing off pieces of the clothes that he was wearing and just wrapping them up.
Kay's very much
Oh.
so studying him and like looking at it,
Oh, I get it
all
now.
of it.
So when you were talking about, are you going to be angry if this stuff gets ripped up? You weren't talking about. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't usually like to do that unless it's a last resort, but these bears were pretty fucking big, so I needed to make myself look bigger somehow.
And as you guys start coming to like the end of this this little clearing here, it's like the most important thing we can do is trust in one another during this exercise. There's a reason I let him go out and do that, because I trusted that he had the ability to do so. If we all trust in one another and listen to with what one another are saying, we're gonna do just fine out here. Crow, do you think those things are gonna keep following us?
No.
Would it be okay if you had Iris continue to keep watch just in case? Because where I believe you, I'm just still uneasy.
Yeah, she's still out and about. What I really wanted to bring her along for is to spot any of the sentinels once we get to that part. If we can see Iris floating off in the distance, that means the sentinels are going to be underneath her and we can start moving in the opposite direction.
JD, who's been like kind of dumbfounded and quiet this whole time, being like a 100% like chaste and non-magical using being at all. He's like, can the Sentinels do whatever they do to the bird?
I don't know.
Because, like, if they lure the bird away, then we don't have that warning.
Yeah, it's probably better if I keep Iris next to me.
And the captain's like, just remember, if you start feeling funny, or if you just randomly start having thoughts about things that you haven't thought about in a while, or ideal scenarios, things that make you exceptionally happy that out of nowhere you're just now concentrating on, let one of us know. We have about an hour's walk through this area here. You can see that it turns into a drier patch, and there's going to be a patch of sand we're going to have to go through. That's where the scout's seen it. Once we make it through that, we should be in the clear, but keep your eyes peeled regardless. Once we get out of the desert area and start making it back into more grassland, we're going to be nearing where our final destination's at. By then, the sun should be set, and we should have the advantage. The goal is going to be getting in close and hopefully establishing some form of dialogue. We don't want to be caught out in the open, because if they're not entertaining the idea of dialogue, we do not want to be targets. So he just kind of like looks back at you guys, and he just gives a nod, and he turns and looks forward, and he just keeps moving ahead.
I'm sorry about the clothes.
I feel that we probably would have ruined more than one outfit had you not did what you did. I think we can call it even.
Cool.
And there's just like a moment of silence. And then the captain was like, poor JD would have been like a doggy treat. He just looks over his shoulder and smiles. JD just laughs nervously. Yeah. He's still tugging on his on his backpack straps. You see him tug a little bit harder.
That's the kind of animal handling that I wanted to talk to the guards about.
I somehow don't think that they're gonna learn what you know. Not to mention, I haven't seen any of the other protectors turn their arm into a warhammer and protrude bones through their body, at least not on purpose.
You can count that one as K. She definitely was taken by surprise and laughed for that one.
Girls try not to laugh.
Alright, everyone. Keep the chatter down, keep your eyes peeled. And he just continues walking forward. After half hour or so into it, you guys start getting to an area where like the grass is becoming really really stiff, almost like hay, and you're starting to see like patches of bald spots of the sand bleeding through. And as you step a little bit further out into it, you start noticing that the grass is fewer and fewer and the sand is more and more, until eventually you guys find yourself in this area where it's like this long stretch of like an embeachment, where the sand has taken over the grassy areas, and off to the right, as you look further out, you can see just a lot more of the desert grace, the rolling hills, some cacti, from the three of you that actually came from like the Vegas area. Like it's very reminiscent of like some of the surrounding areas outside of it. But as far to the north as you guys are from Vegas, you haven't seen any sand areas like this for quite some time. And you can see that like this strip kind of cuts through from your guys' right, which would be like from the southern area, and it cuts through around to your left, and as far as you can see to the north, there's like this area of like dry dead grass and sand, just kind of littered about through here. And the walk that you guys have is, you know, half hour or so through all this sanded area. For no reason in particular,
Oh.
can I have everybody give me a spirit roll, please?
Oh no.
Is that a real Ninja Turtle?
As you guys are walking, Geo, you start to smell some delicious food. You don't know where it's coming from. You don't know if it's just like the heat playing tricks on you, but like you're just getting a whiff of like delicious food right now.
All right. I breathe in heavily, look around. Oh, I kept forgetting to send it to you, Cliff, but just, you remember that first monster that I played the create NPC card on?
Yes.
That's what killed most of the people who I did my show with. Like, Geo is the sole survivor of that thing hunting, like, his whole group.
Okay.
Pretty. That's terrifying.
It will not come up in this instance, I don't think. But that's good to know.
Considering this is like shit he'd want to see, possibly, the members of his old show business crew would be on the table.
Yeah, understood.
So, all right, but yeah, he's like, he kind of tries to identify where the smell's coming from. Just kind of, I mean, he knows we're supposed to be coming up on an encampment soon. Maybe it's nearby, and he's smelling them cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, you look around, you don't see anything yet, but you just, all it is just like this waft of just really good smelling food.
Guys, I think we're getting close. I can smell the baking. No, not cake. I don't know. Maybe honey cakes? I don't. But yeah, I think we're getting close.
Crow starts like sniffing the air too.
The captain's like, you still got probably another hour and a half ahead of us, so whatever you're smelling, it ain't.
Maybe there's some guards camping out, keeping watch or something, but I got a nose for food, and I'm telling you, there's food. I think it's, I don't know, still trying to identify what way it's coming from.
Without skipping a beat, he's like, if you want some food, open up Tal's bag. He's got some sandwiches in there. Stick with the group.
No, I mean,
Crow kind of drops to all fours and like starts sniffing around.
I love
Got sand all in your nostrils.
Deep sniffed.
Wow, spicy.
You got a crazy sense of smell.
I don't know how you guys can't smell that. It smells. Look, we should meet this forward encampment or whatever they have out here that's cooking, because maybe they can like introduce us to the camp without the camp shooting at us.
Oh.
And it's still just seeming to come from nowhere. The smell is just seeming to come from no particular direction.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And after like 30 seconds, 45 seconds, like the smell like kind of dissipates, like almost like you've walked away from like where the aroma was strongest. But the thought of that food still in your brain, but the smell itself, you don't smell it right now.
I think we managed to pass them, but I still think we should go back and talk to them. They might,
I don't think it's a good idea to stray from the path, Gio.
We follow these power lines. We get to where we're going. We get it repaired. And then we head back. If you want some honey cakes or whatever, we can stop at Brenda's. We get back in town. We can get you some.
He nods at that and just keeps walking.
Crow's like picking at his nose right now and like sniffing the air still. He's like, I don't understand. My people train and heighten our smell and our hearing and all that, and I didn't smell anything. That's a gift.
JD's like, he sure does love his food. So you guys walk for another 10-15 minutes, no incident. Everybody go ahead and give me a spirit roll. Gio, yours is at a -2.
He dropped the towel.
A little bit.
Right, why is it? Okay. It wouldn't open it first. Spirit. It's on traits. Oh, that's better.
Tal, as you're walking and you're kind of looking at Geo's like sniffing the air and all that shit and all that, for just a second, just briefly, you think you hear X's voice say,
Son of a bitch.
"Hey Tal, wait up."
He's gonna look back.
You don't see anything. And other than that, you don't hear anything else. But, like, you're positive that was X's voice. Like, nothing about hearing it, or nothing about the reality of you knowing that X is gone, changes the fact that you know you just heard his voice.
He stops while everyone is walking, and he's just looking backwards. And for the first time that the two of them would have seen, he's like grabbing the handle of the sword, and he is just kind of like closing his eyes and mumbling to himself.
The protector at the back of the group, he sees you doing this. He looks in the direction that you're looking, and he like raises his weapon for a second. He's like, "You see something?"
there's like you start to see like some beads of sweat form on his forehead, and his like markings are glowing. And then he's like, nothing. I just thought I heard something.
Fucking with Crow right now. He's like,
First Geo smells something, now Jack hears something. Next K is gonna see something.
The captain's like, do we need to be worried?
I almost put my fist on my head.
OOC.
So I don't want to play this wrong because he did fail the check. Like, does he have the awareness? Like, he's touching the sword to remind himself that X is not here. But does he have the capacity to press on, or is he just gonna go for it?
Yeah, so you're not totally enthralled by anything that's going on right now, but you are absolutely certain you heard his voice. Like I said, despite all the realities, and you know that he's dead. Like there's no illusion about that, but no one can tell you any differently that you heard his voice.
All right. He will slowly turn around and start walking, but his markings are continuously glowing.
The captain's like, do we need to be worried?
No, we're good.
And the other protector that was standing next to you, he's like seeing the sweat beads and everything. He's like, you want me to reach in your bag and get you a water?
I'm fine.
So it's a little bit more obvious in a much more sandy environment as sand quickly picks up from around Kay's feet, spins around her, then like dances off into the distance for a second while the mind link sends to Tal. Are you good? What's going on?
How long has it been since the bears?
Half hour maybe.
Because didn't Tal mind link us all at the bears?
No.
Oh, okay. I remember Tal mind linking at some point. I couldn't remember when that was. I just wanted to make sure before.
I think he linked just to K.
Yep.
Oh, well, okay. Then wouldn't they still be mind linked if Kay's trying to mind link to Tal?
He mind linked last before they left.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Ignore me.
So Tal responds, no mind link. I think I might be getting lured.
She just kind of falls back and falls in step with him and extends her hand like she's reaching to hold his hand if he would like to. I keep you safe, you keep me safe. You know that's how this works.
He'll hesitate at first, and then he'll take her hand and then just keep walking.
Huh.
Crow's like digging shit out of his ear now.
Yeah, so you guys walk a little bit further, and the sun is starting to set now in the western sky. Like there's just like this amber glow that's just lighting up, and as you guys are making your way east, your shadows are elongated to like 20 feet tall in front of you, almost perfectly in front of you as you're walking down this path. the captain says, you know, we're almost out of this clearing here. We're gonna hit some woods down the way, and he sort of points, and you can see like off in the horizon, like where some of the tree lines start. And then from there on out, we're gonna have to be vigilant. We're gonna be approaching the encampment. So let me know if you see anything, hear anything weird. And everybody go ahead and give me one more spirit roll. Tal and Geo, both of yours are at a -2.
There it is. I knew it was gonna happen. I was
I
like,
told you,
Kate's
Kate, the
gonna
next
fuck
one.
this up. I can feel it.
Yes. I'll keep you safe. You keep me safe. Both of us.
They both just turn around and start walking.
Aha!
See, it's Kay's turn to see something that we all made it,
God
but
damn
Kay,
it.
so it's your turn to see something.
Fuck you, Sid.
So as you guys walk a little bit further, Kay, as you guys are walking, you start seeing the wind kick up a little bit, and from the right of you out in the open, you start to see the sand being kicked up into it, and it looks like there's a sandstorm that's approaching from your guys' right-hand side. And like this storm just kicks up like real quick. You don't even know where it came from, Kay. As like it was clear skies a second ago and it's just there. And like before you even get a chance to register the storm and, you know, bring it up to the group, through the haze of the sand, you start to see a silhouette. And just as if they were right next to you, you hear Felix's voice in this sort of exhausted tone saying, "You don't know how long I've been searching to find you." And you can see his silhouette through the sandstorm off to the right.
Kay just freezes in her tracks and just is going to hold Tal's hand really hard while her eyes are just wide, just staring at it. Just her breath definitely jagged and freaked out. She knows it's not him, but it's him. He's right there, and she can basically see him.
And if your eyes follow her gaze, Tal, she's just looking out into the rolling hills of the desert off to the right.
Not seeing a sandstorm.
There's no sandstorm.
What's coming through the mine lake?
So, I know MindLink can transfer thoughts. Does MindLink have the ability to transfer thoughts in, like, different voices? Like, I know it's a way to mentally communicate, and it's at the speed of thought and shit like that, but the way my brain works is I can hear, like, you know, you could play a fucking song and shit like that, so I don't see why you wouldn't be able to get a voice of another person if you were thinking that thought. Like, remembering something.
I don't know on that one. I almost feel like it would be like Kay doing an impersonation of the sound that she heard to try to convey what she heard. Would be
that
like the way
you
you
what was happening.
I'm just saying, like, that's kind of like how I would have to assume it would be, like Like you couldn't. I don't think you could perfectly mimic the exact sounds you hear in your head.
Yeah, definitely not like a perfect Felix.
See, I'd say no, probably not on that one. I'm just trying to think of like that could be abused real heavy if we said yes to that.
Okay, that's fine.
Like
Mind link
maybe
with
a
someone
perform
and
role
fucking
like you would to do it in real life, or
yeah, like that's what I was thinking. Like if it was like you trying to convey it over like of the actual
It's
sound,
not an attempt to convey. It was going to be more of like she's having a bunch
takeover.
of Felix
Yeah.
memories that just her playing loudly. But considering it's a crit fail, did Tal say anything to her in Mind Link?
Well, she didn't really say anything, just started gazing off, right?
She froze in her tracks and squeezed Tal's hand tightly while staring off over there.
That he stops when she stops and is looking at her and just trying to figure out what's going on. And then he's just basically like, "Are you with me?"
Her eyes snap to Tao and then back over towards the storm that she sees Felix in. And then back to Tal again, and she's just like, she kind of takes a step in the general direction. She's like, he's not here. And she just, like, you can see on her face, she is wanting so badly to run in that direction with tears, like, starting to well in her eyes.
The protector that's in the back, he kind of like shouts out like, "I think we got an issue here."
He who?
You know who it is.
That's what I figured. I need you to focus on me. He like tightens his grip on her hand. Keep following.
She's not going to look away from the spot, but she's still just, like, really lost in the moment, just, like, staring at him.
And this whole time, as you guys have been rolling these spirit rolls, like you guys get like this sort of uneasy feeling, that quickly passes, and all of a sudden, as Kay begins to like step towards the open area there, that uneasy feeling that you guys all had immediately just dissipates. Nobody feels out of place at all, with the exception of Kay.
Crow's gonna be standing right next to Tal and Kay, like more so on Kay's side, and he's just like watching her as she moves.
And you hear his voice like, "I can't see you anymore through this storm."
She's just shaking her head and just looking down and just trying to ignore it so hard right now.
And as the captain's looking over at like your response to all this, he looks over at Tal, and he says, "Don't let her go." And then he was like, "All right, everybody, pick up the pace, pick up the pace." And he starts moving quick and like beckoning everybody else to as well.
Geo is looking slightly helpless as he moves forward, as he has no idea what to do, but is picking up pace.
As they're running, or they're moving faster, Crow's eyes go to Tal. Like, if things get bad, I'm gonna grab her and I'm gonna run. Is that okay?
And like he frowns up and looks at you for a second and says, "Worry about yourself."
He's still like arms open, like hurrying along right behind them.
Yeah, Geo's sticking close by too, but yeah, just hurrying along, huffing, puffing.
Through the mind link, I can help you with this, but only if you want me to.
It's not even like through MindLink anymore. She's just like kind of like lost at this point. I don't even know what I want. It's just nice to hear him.
I can take it away.
What away?
These false voices.
I don't know what to do. It's probably right to take them.
Okay. And with that, Tal is going to, through the hand that he's holding. Let's see. Yeah, he's gonna take. Let's see, how from the time that she reacted till now, how much time has gone by?
Minutes. Like, not long at all.
He's gonna take the up to the point where she initially took his hand. He is going to just erase all that.
Okay. So you would see like Kay's like expression like go from like this panicked sorrow to more of like a neutral expression.
More like concern for Tal and pressing forward and being alert, but definitely not the red-faced crying woman that was just there.
Why are there tears on my cheeks?
Yeah, that's pretty much what's gonna happen is like she's gonna feel it and be like, just continue all the way like, what the fuck? Why are my eyes watering? Weird. Why does my throat hurt? Weird.
Yeah, so you wipe the tears, and you realize at this point that like everybody is running. And you just assume it must be because of this giant sandstorm that's off to your right.
Yep. And we're just running.
And every person here, you hear this voice call out. And it says, "Hey, wait up." And you notice that everybody else looks over their shoulder about the exact same time. You can tell everybody heard this voice. Crow, you heard your wife's voice. Geo, you heard the voice of one of your crewmates. Kay, you heard Felix's voice. Tal, you heard X's voice. And as you turn to look over your shoulder from the direction that you heard this, you see the sand kind of kick up, and then there's this explosion of sand in the air, coming from 20 or so feet behind you.
Is there any accompanying feeling of this person definitely being the real person?
Not at all.
Or is it just okay?
Yeah, the facade is gone.
Geo's immediate reaction is to get out his gun, start firing. Fuck
Gaze
that
is
thing.
just to quite literally, oh fuck, and start running away from it.
Well, no. Before the sand explosion, his reaction is to get out the gun. Sand explosion, he might start running.
It kind of happens around the same time.
Oh, then yeah, he just starts running.
Yeah, like by the time you heard the voice, the amount of time that you could pull the gun and aim at the explosion would have already happened. It would have almost been like as you raised the gun, there's this explosion of sand.
Raise lower.
Yeah,
So,
fuck this shit, I'm out.
Geo's reaction is an oh shit face, get ready to get out the gun. There's a sand explosion. He almost looks relieved, and then he starts running.
Your sense of relief is quickly dissipated as through this bellowing cloud of just sand that's been kicked up in the air, you see something breach through. Everybody go ahead and give me a notice roll.
My character
Shit.
sheet is going.
Crowtal, Geo, you see something breaching out of the sand for a second and then kind of swing back in, and it doesn't immediately click what it is. Kay, you see this giant multi-storied silhouette of a figure standing there with its hand out holding this cage, and the cage swings forward and breaches through the cloud, and you get this well-formed empty cage you see as it pulls back in. And as it pulls back in, it creates this sort of backdraft where the sand sucks back through, and you see it wrap around this figure as it completely broaches out of the sand, and you see this sentinel that's standing there, and it looks down upon you guys, and you see its mouth move, "Where are you going?" And you each hear that same voice say it.
Just panic. Oh, fuck no! Oh, she's fucking sprinting away at this point.
Yeah, Geo don't even care about subtlety. He's casting speed and running. He's like, fuck if somebody sees me cast. Speed, go.
His slow ass definitely important.
Hey, I'm actually not over encumbered for once, so. So yeah, he's casting speed with the haste and the extra with the hurry and the quickness
all the
modifiers. Yeah, hurry, quickness, speed.
And on the opposite end of the spectrum, I'd like Kay to cast Entangle on this thing.
Okay. Go ahead and cast.
Okay, and I'd like it to. I'm gonna use the strong modifier.
Strong.
Strong.
Are you doing this while running?
Yes.
Or are you standing your ground to cast and then running?
No, there is not standing ground.
Okay. So you would roll it with a -2 then.
Okie dokie.
I was not running, but I was moving. So I wasn't like hustling, but I was like casting as I started to. So I wasn't rolling a pace die. Because I would have had to apply a negative.
I'm gonna do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
Another one.
One more. I want it to work. I want to be cool.
You're still cool, man.
Are you doing 2 actions? Okay.
Well, she's running. Really?
What is happening?
Nothing. Mind
No
your
card
business.
left in deck. Please reshuffle.
Mind your business about what's happening. How about that?
I debate it.
Those two are casting shit. Crow has his hands over his ears. He's like bent down and just running with his eyes closed.
All right.
Let's see. And I guess I should cast something.
Question.
Yeah.
Since we seem to be starting a combat, is this thing an extra or a wild card?
It's definitely a wild card.
Okay, so I can't play that card then. Got it.
And it's not necessarily combat.
Oh, shuffling for a chase. Okay, never mind.
Alright.
I also want to be speedy.
Can I play love interest on the Sentinel?
I don't think you want it to love you.
If it loves me, maybe it will kill me.
No,
I
so
could be
just
I could be its pet.
Love is in many different ways.
it loves your taste. It'll take 4 days to drain you instead of 2 because it wants to make you last.
Yeah.
Hey, the living can bliss longer.
Dude, these fucking cards, holy shit.
All clubs.
Yes.
Clubs.
Dude, yes. Fucking yes. It's so bad.
I hate it, thanks.
Oh my god. This is it, guys.
That's why I fucking shuffled the deck once. Like, I was like, there's no way.
We had a good run.
No, we didn't. It was not a good run. We weren't running very well.
This is fine.
Everything's fine.
We're gonna lose some people.
You know, if we
you
lose
got-
somebody, it's not us in the cage.
Hey, I think we get bonuses to our rolls if we're faster than the enemy, right? So maybe we'll just lose some of the townsfolk who brought with us.
I mean, we need JD. He has the tools.
You know, if both of the ranger people die, we might not have to return our weapons.
We are the town's guard now? By order of elimination. Cap.
That's a 2, not a Z.
2. Number
Pack
Z.
number Z. JD.
Remember, the complication is if your action card is a club, not your landing card, right?
It's both?
Page 116 is okay. Where's the landing card bits? I always get the two confused.
Yeah, same here.
Action card.
I think
The chase modifier is okay. So the action card triggers the complication. The chase card defines any modifier and the result of failure.
Yeah, and I think the clubs is the worst case scenario you can get.
Isn't clubs like -2 and every fail's a crit fail or something like that?
Yeah, I think it is. Well, so clubs on the modifier is a -2. On the failure results is a crit fail. So, if you fail on any of the clubs, it's a crit fail. But it's only a -2 if your card is a club. Yeah.
So what I have right now, got it.
Oh no,
Well, no,
I
one
gotta
second. Wait.
reshuffle those.
Let me do that. If a character or group's action card is a club, something has gone wrong. An obstacle may block the path, the engine might stall, the hero might have run through mud, ice, uphill, or some other impediment. The character, driver, or pilot must make a maneuvering roll as a free action. So in a foot chase, it'd be an athletics roll for the maneuver roll to deal with the complication. The suit of his current chase card determines any modifier to the maneuver roll and the results of failure. So the chase card only comes into play if your action card is a club, because the complications, you have to get a complication card to trigger that roll.
The action card triggers the complication. The chase card defines any modifier of the failure.
Yeah, so as long as our action card isn't a club, we aren't screwed. But if our action card is a club, our modifier and our failure result are based on the chase card we're on when we have that action card.
So just pray for non-clubs because the board is not kind to you right now.
Yeah.
Considering this first run of 3 of us have clubs.
Well, no. That's not that. I didn't shuffle yet. We haven't done that yet.
Okay,
This
like,
is the
good,
actual.
This is a good combat tracker.
This is the good one.
Oh, goody.
Oh, go Tal.
Power surge.
All right.
Finally.
Right. 84 games later.
You didn't even use 10 points yet, have you?
Oh no.
I want a refund.
All right.
Right.
So before this started, Gio, you cast haste on yourself. Kay, you cast entangle, and Tal, you cast sloth speed. Well, just sloth, but
Whoops. Well, the speed half of it.
yep.
Yeah, it looks like he applied it to him and Kay.
Mm.
Oh, so you gave yourself
hey, you
speed. Okay. Okay, cool.
You spent like, let's see, speed is what? 2. You spent almost 10, didn't you?
If you got a raise on it, it costs 1 less, doesn't it?
Yep, 1 less. So the initial cost is 2, then plus
He's back to
quickness
full.
4.
So it's
Right.
5 minus 1 is 4, yeah.
Yep.
I was just saying he got some refill at least.
All right, Tal. You can either choose to do your athletics roll as your full action. You get a +2, and because you have a Joker, you get a +2 on top of that. Or you could choose to do an action and then roll your athletics roll as a free roll.
And how do you say it works if 2 people are running together?
Typically it would be like you can only move as far as the slowest person.
Mm.
So unless you're like dragging them or anything like that.
Yeah, we would just do a paste die and see what happens. Do I need to manually add any pluses here?
Yeah, so you're gonna manually add your +2 because you're doing it as a full action, and then it's gonna also give you the 2 bonus from the Joker automatically.
All right, let's see what happens. It's supposed. Wow, it didn't double that at all. Or wait, maybe it did.
It gave you
Says
the.
doubled.
Yeah.
It gave you the. Yeah.
So that shitty roll turned out to be an 18.
Well, no, you're not supposed to roll a pace die. You're supposed to roll athletics.
Yeah.
Oh.
Although having the faster speed should give him a bonus unless the creature is as fast as he is.
What's your speed, Gio?
My speed is right now 14.
And what would your speed be with speed sloth, Tal?
Let's see.
Though my speed shouldn't matter because the speed bonus is if the fastest of his rivals.
that's why it does matter, because if you're the
Oh.
fastest one, then you would be the one that gets the benefit from it, not him.
Oh, okay.
'Cause
I thought
only the fastest person gets it.
So speed, it says 5? Oh no, that's the duration. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
So your pace would be 12, Tal, because it's pace doubled if you didn't add the.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, its pace doubled is what it is?
Yeah.
Well, for the spell,
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
it's
did mine
cast
with
on,
the.
It's cast on K2, so that's why I was trying to figure it out.
Oh, K is the fastest then, because doubling
Yeah,
K's
that-
pace puts.
At 16.
Okay, so Kay would be the only one to get the benefit then, but then the catch-22 is that she's moving only as fast as Tal's moving, so she can only move 14 then. If they're purposefully trying to stay in lock sync with one another, but mechanically speaking, Kay, you would get the bonuses
It's nice.
because you fast as fuck, boy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a +1 bonus to your roll. If we all count as rivals to each other.
Well, it wouldn't be if they're rivals to each other. The whole group doesn't get it. The only time they would apply to the whole group would be like if you guys are in a car together.
Well, no, I was saying if we all count as rivals to each other, then K would only get a +1. So, like, if you're counting K against the rest of us.
Well, no.
then it'd
She's
be a
not against the rest of you. It's just her versus the Sentinel, really. But it's.
Then wouldn't K, Tal, and I all get bonuses if it's just versus the Sentinel as a rival?
Well, no, 'cause only the fastest person gets the bonus. It's not everybody gets the bonus. I think the grouping of it in the chase is because you're in a vehicle together.
Well, no, then you're counting all of us as rivals because it says if you're faster than your fastest rival. So that's what I'm saying. If we all count as rivals, then K would only get +1.
But since
If-
we're working as a team and
I mean,
there's separate charges
I
of
don't care if
speed.
you rule it. I'm just saying if you're counting all of us as rivals, K would get +1. If you're only counting the enemy as rival, K, me, and Tal would probably all have +2, depending on how fast the Sentinel is.
So the way that we've always done it is based on the fastest person gets the bonus, not
Okay, because
the fastest faction.
it'd only be +1 then, because it's if you're faster than your fastest rival, you get a +1. If you're twice as fast as your fastest rival, you get a +2.
Yeah, so you would get the +1 solo K. If you guys were in a vehicle and whatnot, I would give it to everybody, but I've always done it as like the fastest.
Yeah, I was just saying that's why I was saying it was +1, is since it's compared to us, it'd be +1, since she's not double as fast as us.
She's not double as fast as the Sentinel either.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Oh
shit.
Okay, so Tal, you would with a 7 move up 1. Crow,
Go.
you gonna do anything or are you just running?
Just running.
All right, just give me athletics then with a +2. All right, Geo,
Just running.
athletics +2.
I always lose my character sheet. Oh, it's behind the map.
All right, which I guess that makes sense because you said you casted haste on yourself before everybody else did, so you were gone. And Kay, you doing anything or you just running?
We be running.
All right, so you would do yours +3 then. And then if you get higher than an 8, so you technically can run 2, but if you're trying to stay in lock sync with Tal, then you can only do 1.
If he feels her pulling ahead, he's just gonna try to let go and let her go.
And it will probably be just this time that she pulls ahead, because once she realizes she's felt his hand let go, she's going to, like, not get too far ahead of him.
Okay. All right. Boom. Boom. Barely. Oh, wait, no, not this one. Ignore that roll. All right, so... And for Entangle, it's Spirit you gotta go against, right?
So...
Doesn't sound right.
Wouldn't it be Strength?
Doesn't it work just per the Entangled
It's
rules?
found in Entangled rules. And I used the Strong modifier, so they make rolls to break free at -2, and the difficulty to break free is a 7. And because K, it's quicksand. It's just constantly being swallowed by the ground.
Okay. So all you're doing is making the ground pull them in, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you said at a -2?
Yeah, so for Entangled, you can either do Athletics or Strength at a -2, which would be an addition to K's -2. So either Athletics at -2 or Strength at -4.
I will do the Athletics roll.
Oops.
And that is with the -2, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
So it just, like, you see it, like, start to sink down, and it just, like, lifts its leg up and then slams it down, and lifts its other leg up and slams it down. And it's just looking at you guys, and the face of it is like almost like a statue. Like, it's almost emotionless, like a blank face. And it kind of looks at you, and it raises up the cage, and it opens the door, and then it begins walking towards you. It has to roll the Entangle at the end of its turn, I'm pretty sure. Or is that allowed at the beginning? I think it's allowed to do any actions, but if you're trying to move...
It's breaking free is an action.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
So it can be done during the turn, but it would have to be multi-action if it wanted to do anything else.
Nope.
Well, I mean, chase. It's a chase, so it can, move.
Nope, that's it. Tal, you got another Joker.
Fuck yeah.
Oh wait, no,
you got
I
another
lied. It's the same rule. I didn't go down the list, so I have to hit this. Sorry, that's my bad.
I'm about to say, but we didn't get another penny. What?
Tal's about to throw a fit.
It's some bullshit. So Gio, you feel the ground shake as this thing kind of frees itself and then slams down. And if you look over your shoulder, you would see it opening up that cage as it starts to lumber towards you guys.
Right. Yeah, Gio's gonna continue to fucking run.
Okay. Go ahead and do that. Athletics +2.
Right.
All right.
I'm renaming this bonus "Get the fuck away."
Tal,
Forest.
Tal, you're running lock sync with Kay, and you feel her start pulling ahead, and like you get to the point where like both your arms are outstretched before you let go. But trying to keep up with her, you lose footing for a second, and you feel like your feet just not fall in sync with one another as you stumble for a brief second. You're rolling this one with a -2.
I was going to say, because I have 3 cards to choose from, I would just use the King of Diamonds instead.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
say that then. That's fine.
I was waiting to ask.
Yeah, so you're good. So you you recover from it, and it's your turn to go. So if you want to do any actions, you can. If not, roll that athletics with a +2.
Okay. Really?
Well, it's a good thing that you didn't. Well, I mean, it's crit fail either way, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, you feel your feet start to fall out of sync with one another, and you try to catch it, and you feel your ankle roll just slightly in this sandy hill, and you dip, and you just buckle and roll forward one, which actually is going to put you back one for a critical failure.
Okay.
Kay, you feel Tal's hand slip out from your grip, and as you turn and look at him, you see just this look on his face for a brief second as he just whoosh and just doof 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 tumbles in the sand. What you gonna do?
Keep going.
She sees this happen. And
In my way, keep going.
but she's not a good listener, is she?
You can choose to willingly fall back 2 places.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, her eyes go wide, and it's just a she like falls back to Tao and like grabs his hand and attempts to pull him up.
All right. Crow, you see Tal tumble, and you see Kay like stop and run backwards to grab him and pull him to his feet.
You have to be on the same line to assist someone, or
Yes.
you do? Fuck.
Yeah, how are you gonna assist someone that's ahead of you or behind you? Come on!
Slap him on the ass.
You can't slap on the ass unless you're on the same peg as them, though.
Okay. Crow's gonna fall back and do a athletics assist to just grab Tao, toss him onto his feet, and start running.
You hear the captain yell out from the head of you guys, "What are you doing? Keep moving!" All right, so we got boom, boom. Oh, all right, so not a crit fail. And then boom. All right, so 2, 1, 2, and now we have the Sentinel. Nope, not that, not that. All right.
Good.
Hey, Kay. I'm gonna need an opposed roll from you. You can either do strength or agility.
Okay. Gotta do it again?
You got a Benny.
Like
All
that
right.
one better.
This thing walks up to you, it grabs you, and it starts to drag you towards this cage. And through you pulling Tal up and Crow backing up there, you manage to like break free from it for just a brief second. Seconds before its hand touches this open cage, and you all hear this thing kind of groan out in frustration, and the illusion of the voice is gone. You just hear this gravelly, dark, deep growl, and as you break free, you see it just reach its hand back up and it's coming back down to try to grab you. Hey, Tal and Kay both got jokers.
We do be running, don't we?
So do you not get to make an action if you fall back? Is like that your action?
Yes.
Ah.
I don't think the screen's right anyways, because I have 3 and it shows me as 0.
Yeah, I just
Felix now has 4 bennies, excuse me?
Oh, that's the problem. I didn't update the Benny All command. That makes sense.
Yeah, we should all have 3 extra bennies at this point. I'm still at 2. Oh, there I go. I'm that. Now I'm good.
I got you guys. I didn't realize I didn't update that one. Hold on, let me pull out my notes again.
Thanks.
All right.
Megan, might I go first?
You can, yes, that's fine.
So dropping back is a action then, Cliff, but we can still multi-action though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's what's going to happen.
Oh, before you say anything, did you want a multi-action, Sin?
Oh, I would have liked to. It seems kind of pointless just walking back and not doing anything.
Go ahead and do what you're going to do with the -2. I don't know what that was.
You said he wanted to assist them on athletics.
I wouldn't have bended it before I got the bennies.
Okay. All right, go ahead, John.
All right. Crow's trying to. He's like grabbing at him to help him up. Well, at least trying to. It seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Kay is still within reach. Yes.
Yeah. Well, she got snatched and dragged away from you for a second, and then she like broke free, and she's like clambering back to where you guys are at, and this thing is like back reaching towards her.
How difficult would it be to reach her?
Not.
Okay. Would I be able to grab them both or choose one or the other?
Oh, you can grab them both.
Okay. He is like as Crow's reaching down to grab him, he grabs his wrist, pulls him, grabs her wherever he can, shoulder, arm, whatever. And we are going to multi-action here.
Okay.
Let's see, that will cost 2 additional recipients. So it's gonna be.
Theo's about to be so confused.
Is that different than his natural state?
No, but more confused because he's turning around about to go help because he's about to turn, his loyalty hindrance about to kick in. He's turning around to go help, and you guys are all just about to disappear into thin air.
No!
But I'm loyal.
All right. So as soon as he makes contact with Kay, he first one and second one, both with triple range.
Okay. What are you trying to do?
Just poof once, max range, poof again. Let's see here.
You did telekinesis for the second one. That's why I was confused.
Whoops.
It's okay.
Sorry,
You don't got to re-roll it or anything. You're fine.
Yeah, same roll. So yeah.
So wait, are you leaving Geo, JD, and the 2 protectors behind?
He can only grab who's near him.
Whatever you want to justify it with, man. I'm just asking.
Well, I mean, you're double teleporting. You could teleport to one of the people who's farther behind and pick them up on your way.
Tal don't know them.
Okay.
How far does the teleport go?
With triple range, he goes fucking triple his smarts.
So, like,
yeah, and because it was a range, a raise on both, it's gonna be 24 yards tripled. So what's that? 72.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 72 yards twice.
Yeah, so that's like off the board here.
so you're not gonna teleport to Geo and then teleport all four of us? Damn! Tal!
Look,
I know. New Tal Heartless.
Crow tried to help, so he gets a ride.
Brownie points.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason Geo didn't try to help is because y'all went twice.
And Geo is so far ahead, he'll be all right.
So
I sure hope so.
Gio, you turn around and see Tal like stand up, reach over and grab Kay, and then all of a sudden you see like this your vision for a second like goes darker, almost like you were looking at something bright, and then you started looking like into a dark room, and then all of a sudden they're gone. You wouldn't even see where they went to, honestly, if we're talking about 72 yards twice. Did you move forward like the way you guys were headed?
Yes.
Okay. So your eyes adjust for a second, they're gone. And this sentinel lets out like this roar, and all of a sudden you see it just crumble to the ground as sand as this poof of dust kicks up behind you. And that's where we're gonna end it at for the night.
All right. One clarification though, because Geo kind of went at the beginning of a turn and then at the end, so a lot happened. But he probably turned around as like he saw Kay. He couldn't take any actions yet, but as he saw Kay getting grabbed and tugged, that's when he turned around. He's about ready to battle cry, and they fucking disappear. He's like pulling his staff up.
Yeah.
Here, let's do this then. Tal, give me a notice roll. -2.
Right.
So, just before you flicker out, you would see Geo turning around and pulling a staff out like he's about to do something. And then you poof. Twice.
As we're teleporting him by, he just high fives him.
Cool.
Also, I think you go more than 72 yards, right? 72.
72 times 2.
Oh, okay, 72 times 2. Got it.
Yeah, 72 for the first one, and then 72 for the second one.
No, it's more than that, Cliff. 'Cause it says that teleport allows the character to go 12 inches, 24 yards, or double that on a raise. So his double on a raise is 48 yards, and then triple that.
Huh? The normal would be smarts, and because he got a raise, it's doubled.
Smarts isn't how far he can teleport. Smarts is the range of the spell. He could teleport. He can.
Yeah, he right.
Teleport isn't a touch range. Teleport is you can teleport people within 12 yards within your smarts. The distance, like right on the spell, the distance is 12 regardless of your smarts.
Yeah,
Instantly
that on a
reappear
raise.
up to 12 inches.
24 yards distance or double that on a raise. The smarts is the range of what he can teleport. So like with him being so smart, he could teleport people who aren't touching him.
Yeah, we've been playing it like Tal's had to touch because we've been playing it wrong. But yeah, he could have just someone he can just see just blipped him away. It's
Unless he has the
overpowered
touch modifier, which makes the spell cheaper.
So you can do 144 yards then. Twice.
Per cast.
So you're 288 yards, which would be what? 864 feet?
Finish teleporting and vomit.
See, when I was looking at this, I was looking at it as, for some reason, I was thinking 12 yards is what you could do, not 24 yards. So either...
Yeah, the 12 is the combat inches.
Oh, that's funny.
Because each combat inch is 2 yards.
So that means that dude you teleported up in the air and just let him drop. He actually went much further than what we said. Although I think we determined he hit terminal velocity regardless.
He hit terminal velocity. Yeah.
So he just got to think about it a little bit longer before he hit. All right. Cool.
Wasn't that guy already knocked out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we
I
were
didn't
just
think about
dragging,
nothing.
dragging
That
his
being said,
limp body out.
Well, that means he got to dream for like hours upon hours longer than what he got to initially.
Yeah, that being said, the teleport foe modifier requires touch. You can only teleport willing subjects within your smarts range.
That
you have to
is
touch
correct.
someone if they're not willing. So you wouldn't have been able to get Geo because he would have instinctively resisted magic that he was unfamiliar with.
All right, well there you go, John. You gotta feel bad about it. Not Tal, but John.
Well, I mean, he could have teleported over to Geo and touched him and forced him to come along. I'm sure he couldn't have resisted, but yeah.
I mean, he would have to let go of somebody for that.
You're like, grab on.
I'm sure he's willing. You can touch Geo and Crow and just bring Kay along with your mind. She doesn't resist your magic.
Yeah, my idea is funnier.
Piggyback time.
So awkward.
Like, like it's the Sentinel or me. Like, okay,
Why
go.
are you so sweaty?
I wish we got.
Yeah.
Tal, I had the perfect card to give you. I had the perfect card to give you if we'd actually made it to the to the job.
I always forget about the fucking
Look at that
card.
shit. Look at that shit. I was gonna give that to you when we were trying to do the job once we got there.
Yeah, I like that card. Hardly have used it, but I've always like, ooh, this would be handy.
Which one is it?
The spirits.
Yeah, spirits told me where I can roll an arcane skill in place of any smart base skill.
For the rest of the scene. Wow. You know,
So we
if you
would start repairing shit, that would have been
I promise
perfect.
you, if you do that shit to me, I'm gonna be like, all right, roll repair, and then you're like, bam, I get to roll this instead of repair. I'm like, all right, the rest of the rolls are all electronics, though. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it says smarts based rolls for the rest of the scene.
Yeah.
So you'd have to like break the scene, be like, oh, okay, you're attacked. This is a new scene now.
Like, all right, you repair it, but you're drained. End scene. You take a break. You head back. All right.
We break for lunch.
No. So it says your character may roll arcane skill in place of any smart-based skill. It doesn't mean all smart-based skills. It means you get to choose any smart-based skill.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, there's
that's
no
more
way I'm going to
reasonable.
let you get away with saying all smart-based skills can be that. No, fuck that. Fuck that shit. You're like, everything I do with magic right now.
Imagine if you've got one of the two ways to use an extra card, and you get the card that lets you play out of the discard, so you can play that card twice.
Yeah.
Like, oh look, BDO emerges. Oh, and you guys didn't expect that, so he emerges with the drop on you. Don't you want to know what he's about to drop on you?
Lying. I always expect them.
All right. Thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. We're gonna call it
Oh
here.
yeah, we're still streaming. Huh?
Yeah.
We're just here hanging out.
Oh shit. We need to raid out to somebody. What do you think the chances are that there is someone actually streaming Savage Worlds?
I don't know, but I think our chances of actually raiding someone are pretty good since we went over and then chatted over a little bit. We're not going to be coming in at the right at midnight mark. At 12:20, we're probably going to be seeing people who are actually playing until 1.
Well, let's find out.
That's my hope. I don't know. Maybe I'm optimistic.
Let's see. Fantasy Grounds.
You'll still find somebody in Portuguese, aren't you?
Probably. I mean, they're the ones that stay live, so hey, we'll raid out to Svenster77. They're actually doing Fantasy Ground right now. And they have sound alerts on, so you can make Owen Wilson go, wow. But it costs bits, so I mean, make sure you like them before you do that. Wow. And on that note, next week, potentially no game. We'll find out. We don't know yet. Hopefully there will be, but there might not be.
Yeah, I mean, it's my mom's birthday, but she doesn't stay up so late. I might be like late instead of.
I mean, we have a reason for Geo being late.
Yeah, you have to teleported ahead. You don't get to find out what happens to me till later.
Yeah, you guys are a football field away.
I turned around, decided the thing killed you, and tried to get revenge.
Oh no!
He really is just another Felix.
Geo's gonna
Punch the sand.
He's gonna come back all bloody somehow.
He turns around, he's like, "Cowabunga," and just starts running towards it.
Cowabunga it is.
I mean, why else would it leave unless it's actually got its meal?
Nom, nom, nom.
Like he got all three.
No. All right. Good night, everybody.
Right. Is that Prince of Persia?